2025 Kota winner. Off the hot dog in part third May last year, didn't he have to win the Grand Prix on a hot lap at the moment? That is Pecco. Let's go down then for a medium Marc Marquez update from Jack with Davide Tardozzi.
Yeah, thanks to Davide for joining us. How's Marc?
Yeah, Marc is fine, but he has a huge bruise, I guess, on the right arm and on the left hand. But Dr. Chart visited me with nothing important. I mean, it's painful, but he is not considering the bones. So that means that if he wants, he can ride again, but for sure it's painful.
And I imagine, as we just allow the bikes to go past, the plan is for him to have some further checks over the lunchtime break. No X-ray needed, though.
No X-ray. It's just a problem of skin.
Okay, great news. Thank you, Davide.
That is the best possible news. There's going to be bumps, there's going to be bruises, there's going to be a few scrapes, but Marc Marquez looks like he's escaped any kind of serious injury. Thanks ever so much, Jack, for getting that interview with Davide Tardozzi, and as you said, very good of Davide to come and talk to us. There is some more positive news as far as the factory Ducati team are concerned, because Pecco Bagnaia, well, just mentioned about he ate a hot dog to celebrate his victory here last year, and that was indeed a hot lap at 2:02.546, has pushed Pecco into P1. So a blow to Marc's right arm, a blow to his left hand, which you could clearly see he was concerned about when he was coming back on the scooter with Ducati rider coach Manuel Poggiali. A blow to both upper limbs ahead of what's going to be a long week of 30 racing laps for this MotoGP around this Circuit of the Americas in Austin already. Marc with a couple of blows to his arms and his hands and on the back foot, to say the least.
Yeah, because this turn 10 corner, which we're seeing Marc Marquez crash at, is the first time in the whole lap where you're taking the same corner in the same direction as the one before, and you're going left, right, all the way until you take the second left-hander in a row, turn 10, where Marc Marquez went down, what, a good 20 minutes or so ago now. So he is going to be feeling that through the rest of the weekend, in particular once we get to the 20-lap Grand Prix of Sunday. So Marc Marquez, not only is he going to have to beat a fast and rampaging Marco Bezzecchi in a Prix right now, but he's also going to have to go through some physical barriers.
Yeah, with Marc's absence, I mean, that was on Marc's 5th lap of the session this morning here in Austin. He has now dropped down to 20th place, no surprise there. Only Yoga Moreira, the home crowd here, what a welcome. Hero worship came the way of Maret last weekend in Ganya. Alex Rins are slower. Alex Rins, of course, a 2-time Moto2 MotoGP winner for both Suzuki and for Honda. So have a look further down the order. We've got Bagnaia Costa, Vidic top 3, world champion defence second, 4th. Agura and Martin inside the top 6. Once again, we've got 3 Aprilias right in the thick of it inside the top 6. Brad Binder in 7th place. He was on the floor 5 days ago in Brazil, and we pick up the South African now. The sharp climb up into this tricky braking zone for the first corner. 5 first corners this one around this 5.5 kilometre Austin circuit. Ralph Hernandez has made it all 4 Aprilias inside the top 8. Romeo and Anea Bastianini are inside the top 10. Alex Marquez, well, this is great news. This is what we wanted to see. A fresh set of leathers. He's going to be, without any question, walking wounded and a little bit beaten up there. A bit of strapping already on the left hand and the left wrist, as you can see, for Marc Marquez. So some fairly rapid and running repairs for the reigning world champion. But as always, Lewis, he's full commitment and fully ready to try and get back out on circuit and find a time.
He's been through so much, hasn't he, in his career? He's been through bigger knocks than this. That's confirmation in the screens of the words of Davide Tordozzi speaking the jacket a few moments ago. Nothing broken, which is the key part of information there on your screen, which will allow Marc Marquez to continue in this Grand Prix of the United States. And I guess we'll now wait to see just how much pain is in his eyes when he put that left glove back on again. The knee sliders now being making sure they're fastened in place. Helmet will soon go on. He's not showing any visible signs of pain there, is he, Marc Marquez? He's trying to now focus on the job at hand once again and trying to get his US Grand Prix weekend back up and running.
Yeah, this has not been the way that Marc would have ideally envisaged the start of the defence of his World Championship shaping up at all. The real cruel misfortune of the tyre failure and the rim damage when he was closing in on Ralph Hernandez for a podium over in Thailand. Marc could go to return for another million times and that not have come his way. And then, of course, he was just off the podium last time out in the Brazilian Grand Prix. Yes, an early setback. Make no mistake, that was a big early setback in terms of his hopes of winning once again here in Austin. But at the moment, let's just check on the progress of Tech 3's Brad Binder. That's such an easy mistake to make, just missing your braking marker there as the front forks get compressed right down to the bottom on the uphill braking zone for turn 1. And Anea Bastianini is 10th, and Maverick Vinales, his teammate, in 14th place. Of course, all the talk about Maverick's ongoing struggles with his left shoulder injury. Let's get some up-to-date thoughts from the boss.
Yeah, and so far I imagine it's fairly positive news, Nico. Maverick telling us yesterday that shoulder injury suffered in July of last year, still causing some problems. We know how many changes of direction there are, in particular the first sector here, and he was concerned whether the shoulder would be able to withstand that, but he's out on track, he's put a good number of laps together, so it's positive news.
Yeah, no, obviously we don't really expect the shoulder to be a big issue this weekend. Obviously, this is the left-hand side circuit. But we've checked together with Maret yesterday, and because there's no high-speed change of direction, this is the key, and this is where he struggled a lot in Brazil in this corner. So here, probably sector 1, there's one fast direction, change of direction, but the rest is not too bad. Plus the fact that he likes this circuit, all in one, it should be okay. But it's true that it's a problem. It's not a benefit.
Clearly, 9 months on, still causing him some concern though. I heard some talk that maybe after this weekend he'll go for some further checks in Italy. There's a possibility that he has to go under the knife for yet another operation. What's the plan after this weekend to try and get him back in
Moto3 KTM boss Nico Goyon. Yeah, let's hope that Maret Vinales does go back to Italy for those precautionary checks. He's going to be fighting fit when we head to Europe in Jerez. This is a great cycle, isn't it? Marc Marquez back on his spare factory Ducati. He is going to be involved then in the final 10 minutes of this session. Ralph Fernandez, well, what did we say at the start of this session? Was Brazil a blitz? Well, I think we've had our answer already. 2:02.409. Has seen Fernandez become the fastest rider around Kota this morning. Good lap that actually, he's going almost a 10.5 clear of Pecco Bagnaia in second place.
Yeah, that was his first time lap out of the pit, so we'll have to see shortly whether Ralph Fernandez puts some fresh rubber in for that lap to lift himself up to the top. But however he's done it, he is now quickest. So we've got a Prix 1st, 5th, 6th and 7th, Ducati's 2nd and 4th, and a KTM between them all in 3rd. None of those include this man, Marc Marquez, who's now through the left-hander of 7. He'll now go right through 8 and the left of 9 before he returns to the turn 10, which brought an early end to his session around about 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, that was the plan a few months ago, wasn't it, for Marc Marquez? This time around, at considerably less rate of knots. He was able to get himself through turn 10. It's not just where his body's at, where is his head after a big get-off like that at the start of the weekend, where I think we all felt that we were going to, for the first time this season, Lewis, probably really see Marc cut loose and really see Marc back to his brilliant best, but would have rung his bell, to say the least, that crash at turn 10.
Adores the circuit of the Americas, but I guess he might not feel as if this circuit loves him back right now, given the crashes from Leeds that we've discussed earlier on, including his last 2 visits to Austin.
Yeah, and for just the second time in his short Ducati career, Marc has been off the podium in 3 successive Grand Prix. No problems for one Ducati GP26. A great weekend in Goiânia last time out, pole position, sprint and Grand Prix podiums. And as mentioned, he really does have a liking for this Kota circuit. Fabio Di Giannantonio, he's the first rider to find a 2:01 lap this morning, a 2:01.909 from Digit. He must be on fresh rubber because he's jumped 3 tenths clear of Fernandez in second place.
Yeah, Ralph Fernandez is on fresh rubber too. Brand new medium front, brand new medium rear tyres. Here's Ayagura circulating on what our timing screens are certainly indicating are wall tyres, or tyres that he's certainly been running since the start of the session. He's also putting in some strong sector times on board his factory Aprilia. Marc Marquez, of course, on new tyres, because he will be seeing those tyres that he crashed on again. So he resumes his session with 8 minutes to go. So Marc Marquez is going to do well to get 4 more laps in.
Quick note on Di Giannantonio, who joined us, which I'm sure you did in Goiânia last weekend. Fabio had a pretty big get-up in the morning warm-up session. He said he was sort of underestimating just how much he whacked the left shoulder. Shoulder, which caused him so much problems throughout the latter stage of 2024. He's in a lot of discomfort, a lot of pain, clearly with that Grand Prix. Really stiff, and have a lot of mobility with the left arm. On Monday, as he jetted off to New York for the special VR46 delivery. No excuses, he said, though. Can't use that as an excuse around this Kota circuit, but it will be interesting to see how that shoulder holds up around what are going to be 20 long laps here on Sunday. Martin then up into second. He's the second rider into the 2:01s.
Combination along this week, as you can see, Di Giannantonio is on fresh rubber, like Ralph Fernandez. Brand new medium front, medium rear combo for the 49, who's now got around 27 thousandths in his pocket over Jorge Martin, who just took second place. But Di Giannantonio looking to further extend his advantage out of the final corner, turn 20, and he's now down to a 2:01.8. He's a 10th clear of the 2024 champion.
Yeah, he was 3rd in the Grand Prix here last year, despite being late by that nasty bout at Villeneuve. That was his first podium since his victory in the Qatar Grand Prix of 2023. Podium in Moto3, he will never forget that second place here he had in Moto2 in 2021 when he rolled out the T-shirt. The speed is back, Digia is back. Classic. Well, Well, he's back at the top of the timesheets here in Austin this morning. We're keeping a very close eye, monitoring the progress late on of Marc Marquez. This is just going to be lap number 6 of FP1 to be completed by the factory Ducati rider. And this is going to be a very, very cautious approach, isn't it? As far as Marquez is concerned. Not sure what's happened to Alex Rins this morning, but he's a bit off colour to say the least. And Alex, we haven't seen him have any sort of technical dramas. We've certainly not seen him on the floor. 203.959 though has got Rins cut adrift at the back of this pack. He's almost 3/10 behind Marc as it stands right now in the factory Yamaha.
Yeah, the Yamahas once again in the bottom third of the field. Their fastest rider at the moment, unsurprisingly, is Fabio Quartararo, but he is in 16th place and a second and a half currently off the pace of Fabio Di Giannantonio.
Just looking at the top speed figures, we've got Quartararo, Miller and Razgatlioglu. Yamahas are in bottom 5 in terms of top speeds. Razgatlioglu is on the slowest bike out there in terms of top speed, 329.6 kilometres an hour, which compared to Bastianini's rocket ship KTM RC16. Giving up almost 13 kilometres. An hour down that long back straight. Razgatlioglu at the moment is down in 19th place. Once again, he's got the measure of his more experienced teammate Jack Miller, a former Canadian. Here, of course, himself, Miller, in Austin.
Back only a couple of tenths away, in fact less than that. He's a tenth away from Quartararo, the leading Yamaha at the moment in this session, so he's might be down in 19th place, but a good morning so far this for Tom Brackett. His fellow rookie Diogo Moreira is on a near identical time to him at the moment. Moreira in P18, he's also a second and a half adrift as Rigamonti watches closely. His world champion now rounding a corner which he lit up the rear side. In last year's sprint. Almost find himself to the room. Marquez can scarcely afford a repeat of that mistake now.
He's into the 202s for the first time on this lap. It looks like he's in Mark. He might be closer, maybe a low 203, depending on how he attacks this final corner. All safe through. No dramas, short one to the finish line. The finish line where he's seen the checker flag first on so many occasions. Mark Bezzecchi joking in the press conference yesterday, saying that, well, Mark's won almost as many races here in Austin as well I've won in my entire motor. Actually, Mark's won 7 times, but here Bez 8 times now. MotoGP win. Did he make it into the 202s? Of course, he did a 202.656, and he is very battered, he is very bruised, but as always, he's defiant in the face of adversity. The number 93. That's him up into P11.
This is where MotoGP riders really do separate themselves from mere mortals like us in the commentary box, because surely so much in your mind would be telling you now to just leave it a little bit more margin, to take a backward step, but Marc Marquez does not know the meaning of a backward step.
Costa out on fresh rubber, as you can see on the screen, soft front, a medium rear tyre combo at the moment for Acosta, and he's looking to make it count as well. There he is on the 37 bike. Will be a little bit aggrieved at his stay at the top of the MotoGP World Championship. That was for no more than just, 3 weeks between Thailand and Brazil. Here's Acosta there now as we come through this tyre punishing 3 right-handers, 16, 17 and 18. That's where you generate some of the highest tyre temperature of the season. Probably the last corner, I'd imagine, coming through Phillip on the left-hand side, where the other time of the campaign, where certainly in terms of temperature on the side of tyres, where it gets so high. High Acosta could be as high as P1 here. I'm sure he's going into P1. He does indeed, a 201.715. So in the Red Bull Grand Prix of the United States, we have a Red Bull KT. Factory racing rider in P1.
And Marc Marquez well on target to get himself up into the top. Here he should be on the fringes of the ones with this, maybe. Below 202, he now approaches the final corner, turn 20. So building confidence, building speed is the reigning world champion, and beginning to build some blocks back up the order, up into 4th place at 2020. What crisis, says Marc Marquez.
Pretty amazing. You just have to doff your cap and admire the work this and Marc Marquez. Because of course he's done it so many times. It's been dusts himself down and comes out and just shows the top-notch talent that he is. 4th place. So Marc almost the 4th rider in the 201s this morning. There's only Acosta, the Gian Antonio. And Martin that are ahead of him at the moment. this session. The crashes did momentarily bring out the red flags, but sometimes when you see the 93 wheels back against the wall, that's when he really does come out fighting and swinging. 4th place after a 192km/h crash.
Does like a challenge, does Marc Marquez. Make no mistake, this weekend and this year, Marc Marquez has a challenge, not just from the Aprilias, but clearly from his own current situation and the Ducati that exactly started this season in the vein of form that we expected. Pecco Bagnaia, who, of course, remember, was leading the session a little bit earlier on in proceedings. He's now been dropped back down to 11th place, and with 20 seconds or so remaining in the session, he will get one more lap at this, as the time now ticks away. He puts in his best lap of the session of 2:02.511, and of course, Pecco Bagnaia is not the kind of rider to get sucked into any kind of posturing and new tyres late in sessions. This will be Bagnaia on the same set of tyres he started FP1 with.
Yeah, was the real Pecco Bagnaia going to stand up for the time really in 2026? We have seen precious little so far this year, haven't we? Alex Marquez as a front-running force on the Ducati GP26 Brazilian machine. Alex, of course, forever in P2 for most of 2025. 8th at the moment, coming into this 3rd round of the season, just a 13 points collected by Alex. Also, no points for him on offer in our season opener in Beritamotogp. A bit more like it, a bit closer to the front he was in Goiânia, a 7th in the sprint, and a season best so far, 6th in the Grand Prix. But even how he laid his stall out early on in the early part of last season, where he was just reading off podiums for fun. He was the world champion leader, wasn't he, after the Spanish Grand Prix in Maret. It's fair to say that transition over to the new GP26 has just thrown Alex a bit of a curveball.
Fair to say he's not maximising qualifying sessions at the moment. 2 qualifying sessions gone for Alex Marquez. We get to see him start on the front 2 rows of the grid. And I see so much of the hard work done in MotoGP nowadays. If you qualify well, it just sets you up for the sprint over 10 laps tomorrow here in Austin, and the 20-lap Grand Prix to come on Sunday. Checkered flag is now out, all bar a couple of riders have taken it, and it will be Pedro Acosta that ends this quite dramatic Friday morning in Austin as your fastest rider. So
Acosta fastest. Fabio Antonio, well, he'll be riding the crest of the wave, looking to build on the momentum gain from Brazil last time round. Off a very rare pole position for Digia, his first in almost 4 years after Mugello 2022. Jorge Martin, keep an eye out for the Spanish rider, because he is finding that new Aprilia very, very much to his liking. Last of our 3 riders that did find a lap in the 201s, and then Marc Marquez. What more can you say about the reigning world champion? On the floor, getting medical checks after a monumental spill, 190km/h crash going through turn 10. As he so often does, you just can't keep a good rider down for too long, can you? Mark rebounding to 4th place. Ralph Hernandez coming from what was a distinctly underwhelming Brazilian Grand Prix is 5th. Alex Marquez rounds out your top 6. Luca Marini, well, he's going to be top Honda runner, 2:02.3 from Marini. Put him 7th, ahead of GearUp. World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi, who had his worst ever Friday in Brazil in his MotoGP career last time out. Finds himself in the top 10 on a steady away from Bez. The top 10 as we pick up Jorge Martin. Practice start for the Spanish rider. 2:01.936 as Marc Marquez then begins the immediate impressions, just feeding back, just I'm sure physically and technically how he feels after that short second run.
It looked like he was describing a little bit of instability there, wasn't he? On board that Ducati, which is not what you need, but he just throw himself down the road at the best part of 200km/h.
True. The outfield braking zone, this first corner, we're going to take a look at Jack Wheeler, just look how much those front forks are compressed there, braking. And then, yeah, that's a save and a half from Jack. Well done, Jack. Give yourself a pat on the back for that one. Just as he was on the power out of that first corner. Stand on the grid here, stand on the start of the straight. Looking up to that first corner, you are staring at an elevation, the highest point of turn one of over 130 feet, over 40 metres. Stand retard, obviously. As Mark readies himself for the practice start session here, of course, immediately after FP1, as always. There's going to be so many relief bases across the whole of Ducati, particularly those close to Mark after this spill at turn 10. This is Fabio Quartararo getting that factory Yamaha a bit lively, to say the least, as he powers through the fourth gear 10.
Dancing the rear of his Aprilia through that particular corner. Tranmere on board the Honda. As Marc Marquez takes a look at how some of his rivals are doing it. None of them are having a particularly comfortable ride there, are they, through turn 10?
That's why it's called the horsepower rodeo, because you're hanging on for dear life. I've heard so many riders that you first came in, 13 years ago, they will tell you turn 10 just gives the impression like you're dropping off the end of the world. We saw so many riders have moments and get through unscathed. This big moment very early on in that opening session caught out Marc Marquez when he did pick himself up, and he did find a 202.093. It's going to be a little bit of pain and discomfort for the remainder of the weekend, I'm sure. As we know, if anybody can block out the pain, the best pain as far as Marc Marquez is concerned is adrenaline. And he's so desperate, as we mentioned, to get himself back onto the top step of the podium here in Austin. One of his two challenges could well be a rider who posed him a big headache in the sprint of the Grand Prix over in Brazil last weekend, Fabio Antonio. As mentioned, has that momentum from Brazil, and he's rolling with it so far here today in Austin.
Really looks very competitive, doesn't it, at the sharp end of the field. KTM, Ducati, Aprilia being top three. Ducati, Aprilia, Ducati behind that. First Honda, Marini 7th from two more Aprilias, Agura and Bezzecchi, and then Ducati completing the top 10. And as you can see there, those three manufacturers, Aprilia, Ducati, KTM, all with their strengths and weaknesses around this motor circuit.
Marc Marquez, fastest in the third sector, despite that massive crash he had at turn 10. Untouchable in the first half of this Austin lap, you saw that from my graphic with Pedro Acosta. He's clearly making the majority of his 201.715 through sectors 1 and 2. Just giving an indication there maybe of the steps and the strides forward he feels that KTM did make in the winter. A lot more sort of mid-quarter turning and rid themselves of some of that chronic understeer, which has been a real bugbear of Acosta over the last couple of years. They may not now have the fastest motorcycle or a clear advantage in terms of top speed, although the KTM does lead the way. In terms of top speed this morning, last year leading 342.4 is matched by the Ducatis of Gian Antonio and Marc Marquez. It just seems like the KTM stomps better and it certainly turns better. For no part, thanks to the great work of this man behind the scenes, Paul Espargaro, of course, KTM test rider, who does such a phenomenal job as the development rider on the RC16.
Clearly on balance makes this KTM RC16 a better motorcycle all round than it was last year. It might not be as explosive in a straight line, but also by turning better you also look after your tyres much better. And Pedro Acosta described that in the go around when he held on quite nicely in that battle for second place late on in the Thai Grand Prix. Didn't handle it, plummet down the order on more tyres than he had for a lot of last year.
Motorcycles in Grand Prix right now, and Acosta made a perfect launch there. Should we have a listen to Mark on the factory Ducati? Look at him drag away though up the hill into the first corner. Really good launch that away. The factory Ducati's getting hooked up nicely for both Mark and for Pecco Bagnaia. Engaging the start device, the whole shot device. There's the world champion leader Marco Bezzecchi. Stops the clutch. Well, the initial launch was pretty neat and tidy, and just a bit of air time on the front wheel. I have to say the Aprilia start device in 2026 was brilliant. Marco Bezzecchi was second on the grid. He was on the front row in Goiânia last weekend, but completely out dragged the Ducatis and Digi and Marquez off that front row of the grid, and that was it. He was gone.
Yeah, that's pretty so low as they leave the line. It's something that really struck me when we were watching from the pit wall and the practice start sessions in the 2 pre-season tests, just how low that bike squats to the ground. Certainly helping them on the road to the first corner. That was really where Marco Bezzecchi's Brazilian Grand Prix was won, by getting himself to the first corner first, getting the jump on pole set to Fabio Di Gianantonio off the line, and once he did get that jump, they never saw him again.
Pretty clean getaway that, as far as Frankie Morbidelli is concerned. He's going to be desperate for a return to the top 3 soon. Almost a full calendar year since we've seen Frankie on the podium, on an 18 since Qatar, and of course that was a bit of a gift when Maverick Vinales lost to his top 3 with the tyre pressure penalty. So an eventful, far more eventful than he would have been hoping for start to this Austrian Grand Prix as far as Marc Marquez is concerned, but it started in painful fashion. It's at least ended with him showing that he's got the pace, he's got the speed, no question. 2:02.093 ends Mark's session. Back on board with the fastest rider though in FP1 here in Austin.
To then for Pedro Acosta, who pulls onto the front row of the grid, which I think he's signed for right now. If he was offered a place in second place on the grid. Very little lift on the front tyre there, wasn't there, from the KTM, so Pedro Acosta was pleased with his second attempt at getting his KTM off the line. Bashini to the left, Marc Marquez in the centre, and Fabio Di Gianantonio not quite as close to Marc as he was at points in the Brazilian Grand Prix when they were literally leaning on each other through turn 6. But Marc Marquez now getting ready to drop the clutch again.
Yeah, you feel one area that KTM surely have identified for Acosta to improve is his qualifying. When you look, it's 43 MotoGP starts now, only 5 of them he has fired away from the front row of the grid. He's going to be a real serious title contender in 2026. Martin, buried under the bubble of that factory, Aprilia, chin on the tank, and that was a beaut. That was a beaut from Martin. Lovely work. Touched him off at the perfect time there on our camera on the outside of the grid. Back to winning ways this weekend. You feel that when we get back to Europe, there's some real Jorge Martin strongholds coming up. Maret in particular. Le Mans as well. Yeah, there are some real good circuits coming up for Jorge. He'd love to be back on the top of the road here this weekend. I think at the moment it's just consolidating this brilliant start for 2026. I keep forgetting as well, of course, he missed 3 days of pre-season testing over in Japan. He was unprepared compared to everybody else coming into the season. Just shows the great nick he's got himself into, and once again underlines the obvious just how darn good the improver is right now.
Yeah, he said after his podium finish last weekend, I always knew that once I was 100%, the speed has never gone anywhere. He's always had that speed, the speed that made him MotoGP World Champion back in 2024. So Aprilia, as mentioned earlier in the season they're coming at Ducati from all angles. We've already seen Bezzecchi take 2 victories, Ralph Fernandez has been on a podium, Ayagura might have done the same had he not had some poor qualifying and poor starts, and of course Jorge Martin second, so the Noari brand has got 4 continuing front running contenders here.
Yeah, they've got 3 bikes in the top 5 once again at the end of play this morning. Good news as far as Trackhouse are concerned in front of what will be one of the big guest lists for that American-based team here this weekend is Ralph Fernandez has been able to quickly put Goyanya behind him. Good job that by Fernandez. He was 5th quickest this morning. Maverick Vinales fair, given the fact there's some concerns over the condition of his left shoulder. Not bad actually as far as Top Gun is concerned. I guess it's going to be in terms of endurance runs, distance runs. 10 laps is the sprint, 3 p.m. local time here in Austin tomorrow. 20 laps, double the distance as always will be the main Grand Prix here on Sunday. But as openers go, given the fact that he's not had his physical best, not a bad effort that by Vinales. Mid-202s and within a second of the fastest pace.
Yeah, Texter, who we already heard from Leon, Stephen Jack earlier in the session, they would have probably taken back given how their Brazilian weekend for the most part. Marc Marquez removes the gloves. The same circumstances that we saw in them earlier, right off the left glove, touches the magnet with a bit more of a painful experience for the 93, given the bandaging and strapping we already saw. He's been a little bit careful there, trying to eke that left glove off. There you can see the strapping on that left hand, and let's say he might have some further exploration and some extra checks done on that left hand in the 3 hours or so he's now got before he's back on track.
Quattararo was 900ths of a second away from being the slowest Yamaha rider in that opening session. Credit to Jack Miller at 202.631. Maybe Miller and Rins went out some fresh at the end of the session. Fabio Quattararo perhaps didn't. We'll find out in the lunch break what was the sort of tight situation as far as Yamahas are concerned. But it's Miller that finished there, lead rider in 12th. Alex Rins, who was down at the wrong end of the leaderboard for much of this session, got himself up from 22nd to 15th. That actually pushed Fermin Aldeguer down to last place. Of course, we saw Aldeguer in action in 2026 for the first time, last time out in Brazil. You always feel track like Austin, Lewis, fresh out of big surgery on a damaged left femur, all the change of direction you've got to make, all the hard braking zones. This was going to be a real big examination of where Aldeguer's at physically, and at the moment it's already been a tough experience.
Yeah, 1.6 seconds off the pace, and he also is, I guess, an even bigger, more exaggerated example of what we were talking about a moment ago with Jorge Martin. Of course, he missed the Sepang test. Fermin Aldeguer missed all of pre-season testing, so not only is he trying to get himself back into physical condition to ride these bikes once again, but also hasn't got the time on the bike to really get the best out of it.
Yeah, a little bit of gravel rash, maybe some cuts, a little bit of scrapes, maybe a bit of bleeding under that bandaging on Mark's left hand and left wrist. Well, we're in the live music capital of the world. Giving Daniele Romagnoli his crew chief there. A bit of karaoke here from Jorge Martin. On a serious note, he is feeding back some vital information back to the Nuali engineers. Another really positive start to a Grand Prix weekend as far as the Martin is concerned, and certainly that's the case as far as Pedro Acosta goes as well. He was fastest in FP1 here in Costa, a 2:01.715 KTM start, back on top.
Top three were all in the 2:01s this morning. Pedro Acosta, Fabio Di Giannantonio and Jorge Martin. KTM, Ducati and Aprilia. Marc Marquez did lift himself up to 4th after crashing. Raul Fernandez and Alex Marquez completed in the top 6. Luca Marini top Honda 7th from another pair of Aprilias. Iagura and points leader Marco Bezzecchi. Morbidelli 10th. Ahead of Pecco Bagnaia, who did lead midway through the session before dropping to 11th. Miller 12th, top Yamaha. Vinales and Bastianini 3 KTM next up ahead of Rins, Binder, Mir. Fabio Quattararo 18th ahead of Top Rack in 19th. John Zarco and Diogo Moreira of LCR under the radar in the L203s. 21st, just ahead of Fermin Aldeguer.
Well, it feels like every session so far in 2026 has had some kind of big story, a big headline and some drama. Well, that one's certainly the case as well here in Austin, Texas, as the former king of COTA, Marc Marquez, had the big early crash at turn 10, eventually finishing 4th place. Acosta could go out on fresh rubber for that third, and as you can see, this new soft front, new medium rear tyre, and that's what catapulted Acosta to his session topping 2:01.715.
Fabio Di Giannantonio also going fresh rubber on his third run, medium front and rear, which got him into the 2:01s to take 2nd.
Impressive once again by our 2024 world champion, Jorge Martin. He was out on some warning rubber on that third run, wasn't he? Getting some good information there on the medium combo was Martin.
Another lot to look at for Marc Marquez here for very obvious reasons. Run 1 ending with that crash at turn 10, but he did lift himself up into 4th by the end of run 2.
Sector 1, which includes that sharp, steep rise up into the first corner, was led by Pedro Acosta. Fabio Di Giannantonio 2nd ahead of Alex Marquez.
Acosta also owning the 2nd sector, which takes us partway through the back straight.
How does he do it despite the big get up at turn 3? In sector 3 it is Marc Marquez fastest ahead of Figia and Martin.
Of course, the fresh rubber also helping through those triple rights and the 2 lefts to end the act with Raul Fernandez quickest there.
Well, if he's going to reclaim the throne as the king of COTA, Marc Marquez is certainly going about it the hard way. This is how his round 3 in 2026 started in pretty dramatic fashion. Super slow-mo, not really doing justice to just how severe that crash was for Mark. 192 kilometres retracted when he lost control of that factory Ducati. He picked himself up to finish fourth, which is for your fastest rider on the opening session here in Austin. A perfect start to his Texan Grand Prix weekend. Pedro Acosta, quickest in FP1.
O'Shea and Hakim Denise completely top 20. Denise was a faller. Right here as we pick him up now, coming through turn 2. We'll be keen not to replicate that one in this session because it'll have a much bigger penalty if so, because this is the session that matters. Jesus Rios, Nicola Crava, the Revicol Snipers Team Machines 21st and 22nd. Ed Matani, your rookie, in 23rd. Mark Zuriati debutising this weekend for David Almanza. He's 24th. Leo Ramersdorfer at the very back in 25th for the 658 Squadron Corsa team as we pick up Max Quiles, who blows our ears off up here in commentary with the onboard of that machine as he comes down through turn 11 and then down this massive, more than a kilometre long back straight. Slipstream vital, but banker laps even more important because we saw it. MotoGP session, particularly in the case of Marquez, a few yellow flags, and that'll be something that particularly the favourites in this session to go through, Max Quiles, the likes of Valentin Peroni, they're all going to want to get a lap time on the board pretty sharp and should not fall foul to yellow flag cancellations at the end of the session.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how quickly they are going to go at the start of this session, whether they're going to push early doors or wait until around the last 15 minutes or so to get those lap times in. 2:14.209 was Carpe's fastest time this morning, so that's the sort of area that we're going to be looking at. The low 2:14s, I imagine we're going to get into the 2:30s a little bit later on in the session as well, or even quite early on in the session, who knows. We're on board with Quiles, who, as always, likes to lap alone, and he is lapping alone as well. He's got Joel Kelso, I think, just behind him on the grid M lab machine. Joel Kelso was looking by that top 10 this morning, so Kelso beginning to show what he's capable of on that Honda. Quiles flirting with the track limits, or maybe just dipping his toe into them. A 2:40.5 then for Quiles. That's only a tenth slower than he went this morning, just over a tenth slower than he went this morning. So the time is tumbling already here in Moto3 Practice.
Straight out of the crates. Let's see if they let him have it though, because I think he was, if he wasn't on the green, he was very, very close to it. Up into turn 1, we pick up Joel Kelso, 10th place at the moment, now 12th place all the other times start to come in. Let's have a look at this. What are we having a look at? This is down at turn 11. Oh, that'll not help you at all. Joel Kelso nicely gathered up, let the brakes off, missed the apex, but keep it upright.
Yeah, most importantly, keeping it upright. Of course, a tricky downhill braking zone from turn 10, the fast left kick where Marc Marquez crashed a couple of hours ago now, and then into turn 11 before you try and hook it up and get a really strong run out of turn 11. Vital, especially if you've not got any slipstream. Quiles then pushing on early doors here. Coach O'Gorman as well. You mentioned O'Gorman.
Oh, that front end, sorry. Let's just talk about Max Quiles. I'll tell you what, he's not even backed down to it. That front end, you can see, was bumping all the way across the bumps. It's bumpy here in Kota. There's a lot of ripples. That's mainly generated from Formula 1 when we have Formula 1 here at the end of the year. So Max Quiles, very, very well done. You'll see that on replay, I'm sure. But Max Quiles just saving the Aspar guys and girls down there a little bit of work on Moto3 Practice this afternoon.
Yeah, I didn't actually catch that. I just heard a scream in my ears from the person sat next to me in the commentary box, so I was out of my seat as well for a brief moment.
Better save up here and to my right.
But yeah, Quiles then just finding those bumps of clearly, of course, pushing on as well into the left-hander where we saw Joel Kelso have a bit of a moment as well. So a bit of a pinch point down there at turn 12, but Quiles has made up plenty of time, well over 2 tenths in the third split, and he's going to bring it around this double right-hander of turns 17 and 18 before we flick it through 19. Yellow flags in sector 3.
I wonder where that is. That might just be a run-on down at the end of the back straight, so we'll have to wait and see about that. But as we say, Max Quiles comes to the line. And does he improve? He does 2:14.4. Where does that put him in comparison to his time this morning? I'll tell you what, it's right at the money. 2:14.405 this morning, so he's 69,000 to the second away from that this afternoon. But just back to the bumps, because you mentioned Marc Marquez's crash in MotoGP, that was on not so much bumps, it's the rollers here. You kind of get kickers coming up over in heavy braking areas, in in the kind of over the top of hills. They're very, very easy to catch you out. Yellow flags again. This time in sector one, we did see someone go off in the background. It looked like a Red Bull KTM of some description. Oh, that's not Leo Ramadorfer. That is... one of the, I think that might even be Ferrari. Oh no, it's Rios, 54. That is Jesus Rios, yes, as I can see the 54 on the side. Backwards and forwards. We all not be getting that very far. Oh, what on earth is going on here? He must have high-sided that on the way out and rode it like Randy Mamola. Randy's in the paddock this weekend. Jesus Rios, I tell you what, he definitely didn't want to give it up, did he? Fantastic effort. Unfortunate about the end result.
Yeah, he gave it a good go, didn't he? He's kept the bike running as well, which is good news for Rios. Doesn't look like there's too much damage either. He'll of course bring that back round to the pits, I'm sure. But yeah, a little bit of a strange one up there on the exit of turn one. We see plenty of riders crash going into it, losing the front end, but we don't see too many riders crashing on the exit. So Rios gave it a good go, ultimately went down the road, but he's all okay, which is the main thing.
Yeah, he's all right, and it's working its way back round. You can see that it's he hasn't headbutted that front fairing, you know, where the windscreen would be. I think that's, well, maybe he did, but not intentionally, coming through out of turn one. So Jesus Rios, well, saves his team a little bit of work at least. They'll have to do something, but at least it's not a full rebuild like it could have been. Queso Gorman is picking him up now, coming through turn 12, this is up towards turn 13. Queso Gorman was the rider who fell off then, that's why we had yellow flags in sector 3, but well done to keep it up and running and get straight back on it.
Yeah, so that looked like it was where he is exactly now, through the tight left-hander of turn 16. Quiles, we picked him up, he's on the run to the line and he improves 2:14.105. We're edging ever closer to 2:13.
Fastest lap time of the weekend by Max Quiles, and he's doing it all on his own. So remember what I said about slipstream. Expect those times to fall and more riders get down towards the low end of the 2:14s, but with a bit of slipstream as well, Max Quiles might be on for a dynamite weekend this weekend in America. Let's just talk about the bumps, because we saw that over at turn, I think it's 15, the last of the left-handers before we start going right, all the way through the final sector. That's where Queso Gorman fell. It's bumpy there. It's very bumpy up towards turn one. Very, very bumpy on the way down towards turn 2. Big moment there for Max Quiles. Round here's not so bad. There's a bit of a kicker as you come out of here and drop down the other side. We see the MotoGP guys have a little bit of a bobble on the front end there, so we'll keep an eye out for that later. Turn 11 is another hot spot really. Turn 12, there's even heavy braking areas, and it's the cars that generate it. The best way I can describe is kind of if you push a rug up against the skirting board in your house. It's a bit like that, because that's what creates the ripples. It's the downforce from the Formula 1 cars that just really generate a bit of a rumble strip really on the track.
Yeah, it's something for the riders to get used to if they've not been here before, and obviously if you've been here previously you'll know whereabouts the pinch points are in terms of the ripples and the bumps. The main one we do see really is through turn 10, because they're obviously tipping it over at high speed on the left-hand side of the tyre. It becomes more of an effect. This is Quiles coming through the stadium section. That's through 15 and 16, then he fires it back up towards turn 17 and 18, sort of double apex right-hander, and he's going very well here, is Max Quiles. He's hit a few ripples and had a couple of moments, clearly pushing on, but this is all certainly going to be a 2:13 if he keeps it going like this. 2:14.474 is the time to beat, and it is from Quiles, so he's going to be either extending his lead or just staying at the top of the timesheet. Here he is then, out of the final corner on the number 28. No one chasing him as things stand. Ooh, not quite, but still fastest lap of the weekend, a 2:14.056.
Yeah, he is now just a tad, about a tenth or so off the all-time lap record set by Matteo Bertelli last year. So we are right down to business straight away here at Kota in Moto3 Practice. Cross line, not Ogden, that's 12th for the number 19. Ruche Moodley has come up. I'll tell you what, this is good stuff from the now named Code Motorsport machines up there in 10th and 11th, Moodley and Buchanan. And look at that, who's gone up in 3rd and 4th. Well, the British Isles and Ireland had a horrible time of things in football yesterday. Thankfully, Eddie O'Shea, the Englishman, has no need to worry about that. But Case O'Gorman flying the Irish flag, great job up there, 3rd and 4th at the minute. So Eddie O'Shea, the number 8, the number 67 of Case O'Gorman, up in 3rd and 4th, just behind Beritamotogp and our dominant force in Friday so far, Max Giles, who has been absolutely flying. You can just see how much space and track positions at a premium here at Kota. It is very one line through the opening sector, and you really don't want to be stuck up behind slower traffic trying to take your own line, your fast line, through the massive snake that really goes on from turn 2 over towards turn 9.
Yeah, exactly that. Denise just getting a little bit out of shape there into turn 11. But yeah, great lap from Eddie O'Shea to put himself in P3. Patama rising up to P2. Once again, how impressed with the Indonesian rookie O'Gorman. Is just chipping away, isn't he, Casey O'Gorman? He's had a very, very solid start to life as a full-time Moto3 rider. P11 over in Thailand, P9 over in Brazil. 5 points in his first 6 races for the Irishman. It's going to be sooner rather than later, you feel that he's right in the hunt for a podium battle.
What we're having a look at here, this is Max, smashing his way down through the gearbox in towards turn 12, and that looks like that's bailing out and going to the car park, and indeed it is, and it's the smart option. There's no real incentive, there's nothing to be gained by trying to force an apex with 22 minutes left on the clock in a Moto3 practice, particularly P1 and setting the fastest lap time of the day.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be testing the limits of course and finding out where you can push and where you're potentially overreaching the limit. And Quiles, of course, has got a very decent time in so far. He's not got to worry about going quicker just yet, as the chasers try and reel in the runaway sort of session leader, let's call it. Improvement there for Adrian Fernandez to rise inside that top 5, but you can tell there's some riders, and understandably so, especially the rookies and the riders who are less experienced here, who will want to follow riders like Alvaro Carpi. You've got Mooley just behind the FP1 pace setter, and that's understandable because it's a really tricky circuit to get right, and if you're sort of hovering around about a second away, you want to be learning from where the faster guys in the opening session this weekend were a bit quicker. So, and of course, slipstream comes into play. But if you are Alvaro Carpi, if you're Max Quiles, using 2 examples, the fastest 2 riders so far this weekend, Carpe's time was second this morning in this session. You're going to be wanting some free track time. We know, as you mentioned earlier, Kiko, that Quiles, the likes of Almanza as well, he says it a lot as well, just want to go out there and lap alone. So there's an interesting mix of riders wanting to escape the group and riders, as we see in Moto3 a lot, wanting to have a bit of a reference in front of them.
We just saw a glimpse whilst you mentioned David Almanza, of course. David, if you're listening, we wish you well and hope to see you back at your home GP in Maret after your surgery on your fractured elbow. We hope you're well. We did catch him, so his replacement this weekend, Mark Turiati, the number 88, still flying solo, and that is because the other side of the box, David Munoz, he's had another operation before Brazil that's kept him away for these 2 back-to-back. So good time off incoming for all of the field, but it would have been around, well, by the time we get to Maret, it'll be 7 weeks since we last saw David Munoz. So hopefully he's back up and ready to get back out to the track in anger. But 7 weeks, of course, his bike fitness already is being questioned, and with good reason, not because he's not fit, but he has not had time on the bike. David Munoz a lot of time playing catch-up, and a real shame because it was no fault of his own, the accident. We're talking about the accident that happened in Mandalika last year. We're talking an accident that happened in October 2025. It's been a long time.
It has. We wish Munoz and now Manza well, hopefully for the impact Moto3 that they can have a full-strength fleet over the Spanish Grand Prix.
Not intact, as they would be calling Moto3 at the minute.
Some might say yes. Hopefully for Munoz, that multiple sort of surgeries that he's had on that fractured femur. We know how nasty a fractured femur can be. You don't want to break any bones, but yeah, a real nasty injury that Munoz picked up over in Underneath last year. The pole sitter here last year, of course, as well with Munoz, so would have been expecting to go well this weekend. Maximo Quiles on our screens once again, and that front end was chattering away and threatened to be chucked down the road, but Quiles did well to just hold on to that one. But I think a couple of warning signs already for Quiles. He's back in the box there, as you can see. I think maybe the team, Jorge Martinez, Aspar, Nico to roll down there, of course. Maybe just saying to Maximo, okay, you've set that time now, just rein it in slightly, but we know that Quiles, he's a wide head on the other shoulders, is Quiles. He's a mature character in 2026, but he knows that he's got a race to win.
Danny Barber will be down there thinking, please do not give my crew any more work to do than is necessary. We don't mind changing the setup and getting things dialed in for you, but please do not somersault the machine in Moto3 practice, even if you are going through P1. This is a riding style comparison over at Turn 9. I can tell you that's not the racing line out where Brian Ariati is. Ride that out to the dust. Yusei Yamanaka just about avoids a face full of stones. And this is Adrian Fernandez leading a charge up over the top of the hill at turn 9 into 10.
Yeah, good slow-mo action now. Adrian Fernandez just dipping his toes into the track limits. Just you can see him trying to hang over the left-hand side of the Honda to try and get himself back onto the racing line. That wouldn't have enabled him to gain time, but you can see the green there just on the outside of the curves. Alvaro Carpe doing a pretty similar thing to what Adrian Fernandez has done. That means the lap times will get cancelled, and I think, judging from, see there, Carpe knows he would have dipped his wheels into the green. I think that's one of the trickiest parts to get right. Turn 9, just saw there two very experienced, well, one very experienced, another in second season. Carpe a bit wrong.
Only set one valid lap time as the graphic shows there, so Alvaro Carpe might be quick, but he's also breaking the rules.
He is, yeah. Where's Carpe with P11 with 16 minutes to go, and you can see from the timing tower that around about half of the riders are pitting. You can just hear in the background as well, a lot of riders are coming past our commentary box window and pitting as well, so for some fresh rubber. And of course, unlike Guyana, this is a very long lap, well over 2 minutes, 2:14, 2:15, 2:16 for some riders out there. So yes, we've got just over 15 minutes to go, but you've got a lot of laps less than we had both in Thailand at the opener and in Brazil last time out, so that's something to factor in. You've got the same amount of time, but not the same amount of laps.
It is a long old lap, hence why we've not run it this week, man. Really scoring goals yesterday in the football. Two for our, two for you, was it, in the end? Did you get two? Yeah, you got two. Matching Millwall over here, two for me as well. Well put away goals. Talking of well put away, the number 94 Leopard Honda was well put away in the gravel trap earlier on. Guido Pini, I reckon that's his fourth crash. I think with the exception of Sunday at Guyana, he's had a crash every single day of the season so far. Guido Pini rides it like he stole it at the best of times, but at the moment, he loves finding the limit, and he's got to find the limit. It's a brand new package for him this year, but he's got to dial it back a bit as well. Guido Pini, 9th in the session at the moment. How far off is he? Craning my neck for the times, 0.725 off in top spot of Max Quiles. But then it's the biggest gap is from Esteban in second up to Quiles at the moment. So he's about 4 tenths off P2. So not bad stuff at the moment for Guido Pini, particularly given that this is quite a long lap.
Yeah, this lap's not going to do anything for the 94 as well. Neither for Yamanaka, who's had a quiet season so far, was a crasher early doors after the Thai Grand Prix in the sort of top 10 battle with the Japanese rider, and over in Brazil he never really got going. He did qualify in P8, to be fair to Yamanaka, who just out in the sort of top 10 race over in Brazil, but he needs to start the weekend better than he did last time out. P23 was on Friday as Pini enters the pits, and potentially Yamanashi will do as well. So many riders are out there. Batelli improved his lap time, podium finisher here last time we came, of course, before unfortunately for the Italian he picked up a very serious couple of injuries. We saw him missing for several months, so fingers crossed Batelli can find a bit of form this weekend. This is his teammate Joel Esteban, who just complaining about the front end to his crew down there, but once again, as I said earlier, Esteban is going well in the level of MTA squad so far this season.
He is, and considering he's been drafted in really, no, I wouldn't say last minute, but he wasn't in this paddock full-time last year. He was back in 2024, and it's like the last time he was here was 2024, 16th on the grid, 9th in the Grand Prix. So Joel Esteban, maybe not the happiest of memories here, but he put on a good show on Sunday, so that's what's important. Good stuff at the moment from the two Code Motor. Boe KTM 15th and 16th, so they're the next two to maybe move up into the top 14. Cormac Buchanan hitting a bit of form last time in Brazil, and we were chatting this morning, Al, that Ruche Moodley's had a very, very quiet, some might say even subdued start to 2026, but nice to see he's got a bit of a bite about him this weekend, pushing for the top 14 spot.
Yeah, Brazil was a big sort of feeling for Cormac Buchanan. He said himself it was a frustrating one, and of course he had that massive crash, didn't he, in qualifying, and it of course left him in quite a lot of pain, and he had to take medication going into the race on Sunday. He was very sore on the bike on Sunday as well, and understandably so. He couldn't ride how he wanted to, and left frustrated, knowing that he had pace to fight for the top guys, with the top guys I should say, last weekend, and they're just hovering outside of the top 14 at the moment. And yeah, Moodley, mechanical issue, ended his race early last time out, but Moodley did say at the end of the Brazilian Grand Prix that his confidence had been gained and they're on the right path, so that's good news on the other side of the box as well.
Worth noting as well, Cormac Buchanan, I think, had the biggest high side we have seen for some time. I think Guido Pini's one at Manralita is the only other one where it literally, even we're speaking up here in Cormac Buchanan, I don't care what he said, would have picked up a knock, a bruise, a scuff, a little nick on a finger or something from that, because it was huge. So he got back out, absolutely fair play. He's a hardened New Zealander, but Cormac Buchanan qualified 18th, finished 18th in the Grand Prix, but you do get the feeling that had he qualified further up, there would have been a lot of points on offer. Probably one of his best results.
That's why he said it was a frustrating one, because he knew there was a good haul of points on offer. What we're going to see here up at turn 1, this is where, well, the exit anyway.
Oh, hello. Look at the front end. It's actually in the air. The front end bunny hopping through turn 1. Max Keeles has found the limit at just about every single corner, but that's the bumps up there at turn 1. We've seen it so many years, all the years that we've coming, but I've never seen the front end jumping up and down like that. Fair play to our camera guys and girls out there. Give us the shots up here to talk and shout about in commentary as Max Keeles, yet again, this is coming through this kind of almost car park section, turn 13 down here towards turn 15. Max Keeles is really riding rodeo at the rodeo show here at Koto. Let's look at the sector times. Max Keeles has got it sorted in sectors 1, 3 and 4, but Britain's Eddie O'Shea up there dominating in sector 2. So Eddie O'Shea at the moment still in 4th, 10 minutes still to go.
Yeah, that was a nice slow-mo shot up there at turn 1. So Keeles has headed back out, and now he's deciding to head back into pit lane. So not sure what the reason is for that. He's got no one else around him. Here comes the fleet of Moto3 riders just scrapping for a bit of track position. That was Denise and Crutez just getting a little bit too close for comfort. Morelli at the spearhead of things, followed by Buchanan, and then comes Denise, Ogden, then one of the snipers bikes. Well, both of the snipers riders are in that battle for track position as we get them all across the line to start the final 10 minutes of this session, and it's going to be a scrappy session, and it's going to be one which we're going to see the top 14 change dramatically, I think.
I can imagine that those up in the FIM MotoGP stewards room may well have just been looking at Hakim Denise. Not only did he absolutely park it under Scott Ogden, but he ran both of them out wide, and they obviously weren't on live laps. But I'm fairly sure that Simon Crayford's pencil sharpener's just come out to have a little look, and he'll definitely have a look at some of this, because these guys were on fast laps, and now there are riders that aren't on live laps getting in the way of things. Casey Gorman just ahead here, Enrico Salmella, two of our very, very big star, some might say dark horse rookies in 2026, and so far so good for both of them, 6th and 7th on the timing tower. Less than 10 minutes to go. Remind you, those with their position highlighted with a white background on the timing tower are the ones that are automatically going into the pole position shootout coming up tomorrow at 12:45. That's when we get going with qualifying. Those of them 15 and lower, they're going through Q1 to see if they can join the top 14. 4 places up for grabs in Q1 tomorrow.
Here's Peroni then. It looks like he's just navigated the mess that was the opening half of the Moto3, well, half of the Moto3 riders trying to put a lap time on the board. A few riders running wide there down into turn 12, but I think a lot of riders have had their lap time scrapped anyway and sat out of it. Again, they're just trying to fight for a decent track position, but Peroni is on his way, and that's exactly what he needs to do. He's not very safe down there in P10 as the Argentine.
Another dynamic to watch for. You mentioned it earlier, Al. This place is a lot longer than in Goiânia, but you make a mistake, it's a long way round, and that means a lot of time lost before you can get back and start your next lap. So one mistake, wherever it is on this track, it's a lot of time lost either before or after.
Exactly, so we've got a second covering the top 14. Roshi Yamanaka just on the cut line there, the rider at risk highlighted on the left-hand side timing tower. Uriarte isn't going to run himself into the top 14, but he will improve. And Yamanaka right behind him does improve to go half a second behind Max Key. There's a lot safer than he was a few moments ago than he was.
Yeah, a little bit slipstream as well to the line would have helped then as well. So if you say Yamanaka back in business after what has been quite an under par opening couple of rounds for the Japanese rider. Teo Vitali just getting out of the way as they come from turn 2. Turn 2 is one of those corners where you kind of hold your breath because the front end can wash out. That's on a hinge. Adrian Fernandez gets it pulled down to something of an apex and then goes on the green anyway, so that's going to get canned. But yeah, turn 2, because it's bumpy and you do see a couple of front end moments down there. Anyone who's ordering on the outside of the track trying to keep out the way, you just hope that nothing goes wrong into their path, because turn 2, it's one of those, it's quick in there.
It is, and as soon as you sort of come out of turn 1 and into 2, it's one racing line through 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and into 10, and down to 11 really. So if you make a mistake, especially at the start of sort of coming out of turn 2, your lap is ruined through 3, 4 and 5 because you're going to be offline and you're not going to have you're not going to be making up time through that difficult section of the circuit. Making up time though at the minute is Pini, a decent lap coming in for the Italian.
Thing with turn 11 as well is it's okay online, but if you have to go offline to pass someone, not only is it a little bit dirtier and therefore there's less grip, but it's a bit bumpy as well, because cars are obviously wider than a bike when they get down in the braking zone towards turn 11. This is Guido Pini. Let's talk about the live laps and the session that we're seeing on our screens. This is where Pini crashed on his final flying lap earlier. Gets through it pretty safe and soundly this time, and he's 5,000ths under what Max Quiles was able to do at the same point on Quiles' fastest lap. So down towards turn 19, and 94 of Guido Pini, currently sat in 10th place this lap time. Whether or not he's good enough to hold it to P1, that's one question, but he should be able able to hold it, to improve his position. He goes across line. Oh, he finds time in the final sector. Fantastic stuff. A 2:13.929 as we reach the paperwork. I reckon that is an all-time lap record, and indeed it is. Matteo Bertelli's lap record from last year has been discarded. Enter Guido Pini. 5 minutes to go.
Good stuff then from Pini. The second half of the lap is where he made up all that time, was just off it in the opening half, but avoided to make up some ground in the second half. Whereas this gaggle of riders brought these two, who's dipping outside of the top 14. Carpe is now on the cut line. He's got work to do. This morning's pace setter, but he's on a good lap so far. He just needs to keep it upright and keep it going here. What we're going to get a replay of Adrian Cruz making a lunge and high through the needle stuff, unnecessarily so, it's got to be said, down there at the left-hander. And O'Gorman doing well really to catch Cruzes in the corner of his eye and sit up out of it, and understandably so. I think Casey O'Gorman will not be too impressed with that one.
Yeah, I've got to say, Adrian Cruzes, he did the right thing. He didn't try and make the apex. The thing is, he was sucked in after all the slipstream, so found himself kind of wrecking someone else's lap all the time anyway. Across the line goes Carpe, which is around the bring your attention to Carpe, because last time he had to go through Q1. Looks like he's okay at the moment in 7th place. Pini and Quiles are on flying laps here. I think Max Quiles has come across the line, doesn't improve, but he's down into the 2:13.9s. That's also than the old lap record that's just been obliterated by Guido Pini. I say obliterated, it was only 100th of a second, but expect it to go again. Casey O'Gorman on a cracking lap as well. Eddie O'Shea's on a lap. The track conditions must be very, very good out there for Moto3. It's a bit warmer than normal here in Austin for this time of year, so that's obviously helping the Moto3 lads out a little bit. Fernandez comes across the line, goes 5th, as we wait and see what Guido Pini's up to. Pini right through the 3rd sector. We pick up Casey O'Gorman, just over 2/10 off, coming through that 3rd sector too.
Here's Eddie O'Shea then, up inside the top 10 so far. This lap time is estimated to take him up a couple of positions into P7, but if they can hold 2/10 to the line, they're going to be jumping up inside the top 5, let alone the top 7. Final corner to negotiate. These are really good laps from the Irishman and the Englishman.
Let's see what Casey O'Gorman has. He crosses the line. O'Gorman goes 5th. That's fantastic. O'Shea goes 7th. So 5th and 7th then for O'Gorman and O'Shea. Who else is on a lap? Moret went 15th a moment ago. Bertelli, that's a lap and a half. That's a bit more like it from Matteo Bertelli. We knew he was good over 1 lap from last year, but obviously his injuries have taken him a long, long time to get back to anywhere near full fitness, and I believe he's not quite there yet either. Max Quiles at the moment is 2nd, but great lap time for Bertelli there to go up into 3rd for Alessandro Tanucci.
Yeah, I was going to mention Tanucci. He's going to be really impressed with Bertelli and Esteban, of course, a double level up MTA top 4 so far, but of course that can change. Now Quiles looks to be really strong in these opening couple of sectors, but we know from Pini's time that Pini was really strong in the latter half of the lap, especially in the final split. Yeah, Quiles loses time at 1/10 and a half, so just keep an eye on that one.
It's important to look at the top, but also at the bottom of the top 14 at the minute. Scott Ogden's the rider at risk. Valentin Peroni and Marco Moretti, they would not have expected to find themselves 15th and 16th right down there. I've got to say Cormac Buchanan as well would have wanted a little bit more than where he's at the moment. Across the line, less than 2 minutes to go. Quiles, does he go P1? Of course he does. A 2:13.7 to dislodge Guido Pini, but we are now deep into the 2:13. Good stuff from Quiles, and as the graphic says, last flying lap, you're getting around here in 2:14, you've got 1:40 to do it.
Yeah, so Peroni then, we're not going to pick him up as things stand, but he's lost time in the 2nd split, but he should get around for 1 more lap. He's 4:10 off, the fastest lap time so far. Morelli has also lost time in that 2nd split, his 6/10 off. So 2 of the top guys so far in 2026 could be struggling here. They might have 1 lap. Morelli might be struggling a little bit more than Peroni. Peroni should get round. Morelli, I'm not so sure.
60 seconds or so left on the clock. Of course, if you start your last flying lap, you can finish it even if the checkered flag is out. Final corner for Guido Pini, 2nd at the moment. He's pretty safe and sound, I've got to say. I think Bertelli likewise as well. Crosses the line, Pini doesn't improve. I reckon your top 10 might be okay, but it's everywhere else. Just a little bit further down, Peroni, Morelli and Mugli. All 3 of them on laps that could dislodge the likes of Yamanaka, Salmela and Britain Scott Ogden, who's right in risk zone at the moment. Salmela goes up into 7th, Peroni goes 4, so the Tech 3 pairing do indeed push out. Scott Ogden. Oh, we've got yellow flags. Looks like we've got yellow flags, but where? Oh, Ruche Moodley. That is such a shame. He was having his best day of the season so far. And Ruche Moodley, who was actually on a good enough lap that would have put him in contention for the top 14, chokes at the final corner, and down he goes at turn 20.
Yeah, very similar crash to Joel Esteban this morning. Turn 20, just fighting there. Classic front end wash. And talking of Joel Esteban, he's crashed as well. There's yellow flags in sector 4. Can't quite make out where Esteban is. He's up inside the top 5, so he's safe and sound.
Yeah, that doesn't look like the final corner to me. That looks like turn 1 to me. I was going to say it looks like quite a big old run up at the top there. So Joel Esteban, well, he's pretty safe anyway. He's up there in 5th place. So both the level up MTA, KTM should be okay. Kilos has rolled out of it. That's because of the yellow flags. Carpe has just gone up into 3rd place across the line, so Alvaro Carpe will find himself in Q2 directly in after practice, following on from Goiania's 19th place and journey via Q1. That's Keelan a little bit down here. I wonder if he's had a moment somewhere else out on track. Rino Riarte has also taken the flag. He's down in 12th place at the moment, so good enough for Scott Ogden. Now, this is interesting. Scoggers is on a flying lap here. 16th place, and he's half a tenth off halfway round, and he's got a clear track as well, but good reference. So let's see if Scott Ogden has got a bit of track space to build into. Marco Morelli as well needs that time. He's got Jesus Rios climbing all over him, and Becky even looking under him. So Marco Morelli and Scott Ogden, this could be a bit of an upset for the likes of Ryusei Yamanaka, and I thought Beritamotogp was in and safe, maybe not after all.
You know, Beritamotogp then could be in danger here of being shuffled out of the top 14. Was going to mention Morelli. He badly needs his lap. So remember, he's second in the championship. 1 place behind Maximo Quiles, his teammate. He's off second off through the 3rd split. He's not got a lot of time to play with, but a good couple of tenths in his pocket if he can keep it.
I'm not sure what's happened to Scott Ogden's lap, but he's not come through the 3rd sector, or at least it's not updated. We'll pick that up in a moment. Let's see if we've got any more shenanigans or last-minute charges. We have, and Yamanaka is out because Marco Morelli did, unlike Scott Ogden, hook it all up, and it is Marco Morelli who gets himself on the last flying lap of the session up into the top 14. He goes 9th, and that is at the expense of Ryusei Yamanaka and Cormac Buchanan. But I'll tell you what, Al, Quiles, Pini, Carpe, that's all pretty orderly, but there is an absolute riot behind. And a big shout out, because I don't think this has happened too many times before, if ever, Joel Kelso and Eddie O'Shea, both of Michael Laverty's Grid M-Lab Hondas, straight into Q2 on one of the hardest tracks of the year. Kudos to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eddie O'Shea did improve late on in the session as well. Was up inside the top 3 for a brief moment earlier on as well. Quiles already off the bike and in Park Ferme, getting weighed in the technical regs. Garage there down in pit lane, very cool, calm and collected down there, and wasn't quite calm and collected. Had plenty of moments in that session, but good stuff from Quiles. But yeah, shout out to Kelso and O'Shea. Kelso doing another great job on the Honda, of course, for the first time here inside that top 10.
He's definitely well collected. Some of them. He had some moments out there, didn't he? This is Guido Pini just firing up down that backtrack. You can see how good he is in the 3rd sector. So Guido Pini, well, at least, well, we won't not talk too soon. Still out there on the track that he has got through Moto3 Practice unscathed, and he was fastest this morning. Alvaro Carpe goes 3rd, so that's a lot easier than what he managed last Friday on this down to 19th. Good to see Ruche Moodley back in the box, front end just folding, that's what he's saying down there to the team. 18th for Moodley, but he'll be encouraged he should be able to come through Q1 tomorrow. He's got the pace.
Yeah, looking better for Moodley, isn't it? He said after the Brazilian Grand Prix that they were on the right step and it was a good confidence-boosting weekend. Shame about the crash at the final corner, but that can always happen, of course, when you're pushing on in the group fighting for a time. But he didn't look too unimpressed. He knows that he wasn't too far away, and Alex Buchanan gaining automatic entry, and Buchanan, as well as the other side of the box, will be going through Q1 as well.
Max Keeler to that new lap record, though, 2:13. 7:57 sees the Spaniard, the championship leader, taking top honours in Moto3 Practice to lead the charge into qualifying. He won't have any extra track time in Q1 tomorrow, that is for certain. Top Honda honours, Guido Pini there in second, Carpe, Batelli, Peroni and Esteban completing the top 6, Kelso Salmella, Morelli, Casey O'Gorman, Adrian Fernandez, Eddie O'Shea, Ryan Uriarte and Vader Britama, your 14 riders that find themselves into Q2 directly. Big names not doing so. Scott Ogden, Ryusei Yamanaka and you could say Adrian Cruces as well, so keep an eye on those three particularly when we go green tomorrow for qualifying. And that is me out of here. Moto3 done. Elliot York staying put. Lewis Sotheby has moved in. That means Moto2 practice on a Friday. Enjoy.
Afternoon, everybody, from Austin. This Moto3 produced a dramatic start to the afternoon in the end, with crashes and errors littering their practice session. By Moto2, which is moments away. A practice session which will feature the sole American, of course, in our 3 Grand Prix classes. So many who have bought their tickets to come to the Circuit of the Americas on this Friday afternoon will have bought them to see their own Joe Roberts book a place in qualifying 2. Is that what we're about to see? Well, it's going to be close. Certainly on the evidence of what we saw earlier on today, Roberts was 17th quickest and just a couple of tenths away from the top 14. Representing the stars and stripes for the American racing squad. Can Smoking Joe smoke his competition here this afternoon's practice session? Moto2, which has begun in record-breaking fashion already so far today. Here in Austin, with the skyline of downtown Austin in the background, the state capital of Texas. Capital of Moto2 this morning was Celestino Vietti, who set a 2:06.724, the fastest ever Moto2 lap ever recorded around the Circuit of the Americas. And all told, we actually had 8 riders this morning, all getting under the previous Moto2 lap record. And we're expecting it to drop still further over the course of the 40-minute practice session to come this afternoon. MotoGP practice, of course, follows. And that doesn't bring an end to our Friday's festivities here in Austin. Of course, the first ever qualifying session for the Harley-Davidson Baggers World Cup still to come here this afternoon from the Circuit of the Americas. There is the aforementioned Joe Roberts carrying the home hopes for the American racing team this afternoon and through the weekend. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York with you to see how he gets on in this Moto2 practice session, and it's going to be mighty close for Joe to book his place in Q2 today.
Yeah, it certainly is. It was a solid enough start, I guess, for Roberts, who has just struggled to get going in 2026, but he's going to be there or thereabouts, isn't he? Teammate Philip Prix and both 1.3 seconds off Celestino Vietti's very hot pace in Nr was David Alonso. A promising start to proceedings for Alonso. Got first points on the board last time out over in Brazil in 2026, and he'll be looking to build on that confidence gained after a very bruising Thai Grand Prix for the very popular Colombian in the paddock. Saw a few people running to get his signature and get a photo with David Alonso, and that's only going to grow as he continues in Moto2 and what we believe potentially in MotoGP next year as well. But yeah, tight at the top, and then as you went further down, sort of outside the top 3, top 4, that's when it got a little bit sort of the gaps opened up slightly. A second covering the top 13 down to Danny Holgado. So homework would have been done in between the sessions, of course, and just getting a reminder there, if you didn't join us this morning, of Angel Piqueras making, let's call it a mistake. It's just a new rule, isn't it, at the start of this year, that you can't restart the bike on the edge of the circuit or in the gravel trap. You've got to go to the road on the outsides of the circuit. And I think this is what's going to happen. Yes, you can see there Vaqueros making a slight mistake and then running over the curve into the gravel trap on the exit. I think that's turn 11 and 12 in Goiânia. Trying to get it up right there was Piqueras, and you can understand the desperation and forgetting of the new rule. Obviously, tensions were high, and he'd just achieved his career best qualifying in Moto2, and this is when he was starting it on the exit of turn 12, or attempting to anyway, and that's unfortunately, although didn't affect anyone, but rules are rules and they're there for a reason. Unfortunately, that means Piqueras will be having a double long lap penalty on Sunday afternoon, which is unfortunate for the rookie, because obviously that's going to cost him around about 6 seconds at least in Sunday's Grand Prix.
A natural rider's instinct, I guess, in many respects, trying to teach your brain to do the exact opposite of what you've done for your entire career so far, particularly when you're in a race. But ultimately, the rules prohibit that now, and Angel has learned a very, very harsh lesson. I'm sure he is well versed in where the long lap penalty is, because he's got to go through it twice. But in case you are not at home, the long lap penalty loop is on the outside of turns 13 and 14 here at the Circuit of the Americas. Corners that Chelsea Vietti crashed at last year in consecutive corners, as a matter of fact, when he was battling for the podium in the Grand Prix of the Americas a year ago, battling with his teammate at the time, Alonso Lopez. Vietti crashed at the end of the back straight into 12, picked the bike up, got one corner further round and dumped it again. He's had a more enjoyable recent experience with Austin after topping FP1 today.
Yeah, never had a podium here as Celestino Vietti, but he's began this session and this weekend in formidable fashion, and looking like he's going to be in with a shout of changing that statistic this weekend. Early, of course, a lot can change in the next 40 minutes of Moto2 running here. Circuit of the Americas, but he was the rider to beat. 7 tenths, nearly 8 tenths was the next best possible score bike in Ethan Guevara down in P10, but as we mentioned, expect those gaps to come down somewhat. Everyone's now got a session under the belt. Conditions have hotted up but remained pretty consistent, so there's no issues in terms of that to worry about. And of course, when everyone slots in the super soft tyre that they've got here for early this weekend, in this session, again, a lot of the riders, or some riders, anyway, Mario Raggi was one I spoke to during the lunch break. He said he didn't change tyres in that session. He was 1.8 seconds off was the Indonesian. I'm sure the riders didn't as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how much the gaps close and whether the riders like Ethan Guevara can lift themselves up from the sort of danger zone, let's call it, hanging around the top 10 and just below that, obviously the top 14, going straight into Q2 tomorrow afternoon. So once we get underway, it's going to be interesting to see what riders can make the step that's needed into that top 14.
Guevara 4th in the World Championship, 13 off the leader, Danny Holgado, who wrestled away the World Championship lead from Manet Gonzalez with his victory in Goiânia 5 days ago. Guevara has had a really strong start to the season. Actually been up at the sharp end in most sessions. In fact, perhaps the one session he wasn't at the sharp end in was the key one in Brazil, when he qualified down 18th place and was forced to launch a Sunday afternoon rescue mission to come through and claim 6th place. And how much confidence will this young man take from what we saw this morning? Ended it in 4th place. He was the first to break the all-time lap record earlier on today, and after what was a difficult weekend on and off the track for Senna and the Intact squad, it looks as if the Aussie is in fine fettle so far here. Yeah, which is good to see. I spoke to Jurgen Ling in Brazil, and he said, of course, after the tragic events that unfolded Grand Prix, that Senna and the whole team really were really struggling, and understandably so. Jurgen Ling, the team manager, said it's not the same Senna that we saw over in Thailand, but good to see Aegis having a smile on his face. He had a good session this morning, which would have been a nice confidence booster and a needed one as well for the Australian. So fingers crossed he can continue that form into this afternoon. But yeah, definitely positive signs on that side of the Liquid Moly Dynamo Intact GP boxes. Of course, continue going to be a tough time for everyone there and everyone connected to, unfortunately, what happened. But promising to see Aegis and Gonzalez up inside that top 5, and importantly Aegis with a smile on his face, which is great to see. The unmistakable sound of Love Shack playing over the circuit speakers here in Austin. Not an awful lot of love down there at Mark VDS for Aaron Canet after a crash earlier on this morning. He went down at turn 1 in the early-ish stages of FP1. Did get his bike repaired, or his team did, and got him back out on the track for the final 5 minutes, lifted himself up into 12th place at the end of FP1, just under a second off the pace. Both of the Mark VDS Polska-Skuros inside the top 15 earlier on. They're probably going to be around that cut-off point for a place in qualifying 2, something that Aaron Canet has not achieved automatically so far this season. He's been in both Q1 sessions so far this season, of course, advanced to Q1 in Buriram, whilst his teammate Denis Sun Chu has made back-to-back Q2 appearances, even if the Thai Q2 appearance did come via Q1. Yeah, Aaron Canet coming off the back of his worst ever finish in Grand Prix racing. His previous worst was 21st back in his rookie Moto3 season in Austria 2016, and he saw the checkered flag in 22nd over in Brazil. And both riders at the end of play in Goiânia less than a week ago were less than best pleased, I think, to put it mildly. A tough start to life for Mark VDS, for Canet and Onchu, but we know how good these riders are. Both race winners in the Moto2 class. It's only a matter of time before things start to click properly in that garage. Of course, Mark VDS are super experienced and a team used to challenging for championships and regular race victories. They won here last year thanks to Jake Dixon's efforts as well. So despite a crash, I think P12 for Canet this morning was a little bit of a positive sign, you've got to say, for Canet, that maybe things are turning around at a circuit that he goes well at this weekend. But we'll learn a lot more, of course, in the remaining 40 minutes or so. Big weekend this for Mark VDS, of course, in 2 separate paddocks, with the World Superbike Championship reaching round 2 in Portimao this weekend. I don't think I need to worry about annoying too many of you at home with spoilers, because it is only Friday and it has been a pretty good day so far for Mark VDS over in Portugal, with Sam Lowe, of course, a former Moto2 winner here in Austin some 11 years ago. His first Moto2, of course, when he was on board a speed-up / Polska-Skuro, whatever you want to call it, back in 2015. In fact, only 2 of the 11 or so winners we've had around the Grand Prix of the Americas are actually out there on track this weekend. Those are Tony Arbolino, winner in 2022, and Sergio Garcia, who was the winner back, of course, when he was an MSI rider and World Champion leader at that point, when he took victory back in 2024. Garcia was 20th at the end of play this morning. Arbolino, perhaps the most likely to challenge for a second Kota victory. He was 3rd. Yeah, it certainly looks like it so far. Of course, as I mentioned, things can change in practice this afternoon, but Arbolino has made a huge step forward since Friday morning over in Brazil. Made a change on that bike, a bigger change than they've made in pre-season and over in Thailand. That just helped him in the mid-corner part, both in slow and fast corners, but mid-corner is where Arbolino made a huge step on Friday, at least, over in Brazil. When I was chatting to him, and he was really pleased. He wasn't getting too carried away. It's not sort of miracle work that they found, but it's obviously a massive step, and he had a good weekend over in Brazil, did Tony Arbolino, but it is still 21 races without a podium. Last top 5 was Austria last year, and of course the last podium came here at the Circuit of the Americas 1 year ago. But for Arbolino to come out the blocks and finish inside the top 3 this morning, I think is
another sign that Arbolino is well on his way to being back as a regular front runner in Moto2, which would be great to see.
Well, there's an all too familiar feeling for poor Alex Escreech. He just watched Manu Gonzalez ride past him through turn 15. As great as it was, the weekend for Alex Escreech, their best weekend of his Grand Prix career. First Moto2 front row. And he won't like me hearing this. Well, if he's on tracks, he won't hear it anyway. But he was in the podium positions for 25 of the 26 laps back in Brazil. But unfortunately, the one lap he missed was the last one.
Yeah, unfortunate, wasn't it, for Escreech, who had a fantastic weekend, of course, led for a few laps at the start of the race. Munoz stuck it up the inside of him early doors to promote Escreech, but he was in the podium fight throughout, and as you mentioned, was for 99% of the race was well on course for a bronze medal over in Brazil, but unfortunately Manu Gonzalez did pip into the post, which on one hand, fair play to Gonzalez for chipping away, because it wasn't an easy race for Gonzalez, and Gonzalez actually said that afterwards he was happier with the P3, but we'll come back to that in a moment, because Ayumu Sasaki has chucked it down the road.
This is on his first time lap of the afternoon. As you can see, he's in the second sector, which begins partway through the S-bends. This is turn 7, third bike in your picture, up behind Senna Regis, the front end just bobbling, and there was a split second where Ayumu thought, I might have saved this. Unfortunately, the front end did ultimately wash away a perplexed Ayumu Sasaki, who's already on his back foot, and he's not the only rider down there. That's one of the Honda Team Asia riders. That's Aji, who's gone into the same gravel trap, and that could bring ramifications beyond just the crash he just had.
Yeah, so what's going on here then? Is Sasaki
into the yellow flag zone. He
Well,
went down first
very...
though. It certainly looked like Sasaki was ahead on the road, didn't it?
Yeah, difficult to judge from that angle, of course. Aji is a little bit further down the road, as you say, but a strange one. Both gone down at very similar times. Hopefully, for either one of them's sake, the yellow flags weren't out while they crashed, because a penalty would be coming their way. They're both okay, or look okay, of course, but yellow flags down there in sector 2, so the current lap time that the yellow flags do remain out will be cancelled. But yeah, you don't often see two riders go down at the same corner at the same time in separate incidents, so a little bit of a strange one there.
Yeah, when their laps began, Aji was behind Sasaki on the racetrack, so given how difficult it is to overtake in that first lap, when they were on their first lap of the session, he was still behind him when he crashed. Of course, the MotoGP stewards will be certainly in a much better position to judge than we are up here in terms of the data, in terms of all the camera angles. They'll be, I guess, adjudicating whether Aji had any moment to react to what happened up ahead of him, whether he just had his own accident before the yellow light panels and yellow flags were actually waving. What is in no debate at the moment is that they're both on the sidelines and potentially both heading for qualifying 1. Aji automatic Q2 in each of the first 2 Grand Prix so far this season. Sasaki was eliminated in Q1 in Brazil, and then of course didn't start the race in the end after he had some technical problems on the warm-up lap, which saw him a spectator. Unfortunately for Ayumu, he's going to be a spectator in this practice session too.
Yeah, not the ideal start then to this afternoon for the Japanese rider, nor the Indonesian. I just mentioned, of course, that I spoke to Aji during the lunch break, and he was sounding confident, and he said that he was feeling good. They just didn't change the tyre. I think it was a small mistake he was mentioning from himself and the team to head out on the same rubber in the second part of FP1, but he was confident nevertheless heading into this afternoon's session. Alonso Lopez was looking confident until just getting it wide there down at turn 12, a tricky left-hander, of course, to get right at the end of the 1.2 kilometre long back straight. So imagine that Lopez has lost that time and more. Gonzalez, though, well on his way. He's coming down to the section where Lopez just ran wide, and he's got he's got Alex Escreech right behind him, which brings us back to the conversation we were having Sasaki and Aji moment there for Manu Gonzalez, so that lap is going to go away as well. But yeah, Gonzalez did say that he was happier with his P3 than he was with his P1 in Thailand. Of course, he got more points for the P3 than the P1 over in Thailand, but that wasn't the reason. And despite the troubles, he did ultimately reel in Escreech at the end of the race and overtake him after Escreech made a very small mistake over at turn 4. Was only slightly wide, but it opened the door slightly for Gonzalez, who barged his way through and was able to back up his Thailand P1 with a P3 over in Brazil. But Escreech which threatened it in pre-season, didn't he? Had a little bit of a quiet weekend over in Thailand, did the number 11. Still crossed the line for points in P12, but P4 was his best ever result in Moto2, and it's now 5 points rides in a row in Moto3 for Alex Escreed and the Clint Forward team, and his third top 10 in Moto2 as well. So it was great to see, of course, Clint factory team right up there with Alex Escreed battling away for front rows. Of course, picked up his first front row on the Sunday morning, and then fighting for the podium too a little bit later on in the afternoon. Of course, disappointed to miss out the podium, but also on the other hand, very, very happy to be in with a shout of a podium and just losing out to last year's championship runner.
Yeah, the evidence of 2026 so far is that Alex Escreed is going to have plenty more opportunities through the season to challenge for that first career podium. If you keep knocking on the door, eventually it will open. Alex Escreed is becoming one of the breakout stars at Moto2 in recent times. He's currently, no lap time next to his name at the moment. Of course, we had a lot of yellow flags around in the first couple of laps, and a bit of track limits to throw in as well. So no lap time on the board yet for Escreed. Teammate Navarro holds the final placing, Q2 in 14th place. Ethan Guevara, your early session leader, on a 206.989. His first 206 of the weekend in the first of this afternoon's session. Boscoscuro fastest in FP1, and in his very early stages, it's Boscoscuro fastest in practice, as we watch from the curbside cam through turn 19 with Alonso Lopez, who's warming to the task of life on board the Calix with the Goscinny squad. Is Lopez points in each of the first 2 Grand Prix. Of course, a rocket start for him in Brazil last time out, although he made a few early mistakes which undid a lot of that hard work. Lopez takes 4th place at the moment as he puts in 207.326. You're going to certainly have to be well into the low 207s, if not to 206, I think, to have any chance of going through the Q2 today.
Yeah, certainly so. So just a reminder of Yeti's time from this morning, a 206.724, Guevara 206.989. Guevara well over half a second quicker than he was already this morning, pushing on. Angel Piqueras is going to sling it up the inside of Danny Munoz, podium finisher last time out, of course. Good afternoon to Danny from his compatriot Angel Piqueras there. Good job from Piqueras. He's going well, of course, this weekend. He's gone well all season long. He's got no points to show for it, unfortunately, for Piqueras, but he's been one of the fastest rookies, if not the fastest rookie so far in 2026. Guevara then extends his lead at the top to a 206.827. That would have put him 3rd this morning, just ahead of Tony Arbolino on the Italian did this morning. So good stuff so far from Guevara. He's found plenty of pace already in this afternoon session.
As you can see, he and Alonso are together on the racetrack at the moment, although Guevara's going straight across the shortcut there in the middle of turns 5 and 6. As we now pick up Barry Baltus, the Belgian on the Fantic Calix, who's currently sitting in 4th place. Fair to say, Baltus made a bit of a porridge of practice on the afternoon last weekend in Brazil. He's put him in qualifying 1, and his weekend didn't really ever recover from that, it's fair to say, for the number 7. Did advance through qualifying 1, but could not get himself up into 14th place on the grid, which is where he ultimately finished in the Brazilian Grand Prix. For a rider who was so consistent last year and 3rd in the World Championship, Baltus only has 3 points next to his name in the first 2 Grand Prix, so keen to get his 2026 campaign up and running here.
He absolutely needs a good result as his weekend as Baltus. He was obviously a surprise package over in 2025 last time out to finish P3. I don't think anyone expected that to come from the Belgian, but fair play, he was very, very consistent. Didn't pick up that debut win, which I think we're all expecting would probably come this season. Not so far, but of course plenty of races still to go, and Baltus going well this morning as well, up inside that top 6, but do feel like he needs, you know, a top 6 result potentially, and of course he'll be aiming for higher than that, but just a good double-digit points on the board, you feel, heading to Europe, to just put himself in a better position, gain some confidence, and then of course we'll see where the rest of the season takes us. But he'd pick up his debut front row, as you said earlier on, Lewis, this time last year, so clearly likes the circuit. Ended up finishing 7th place as Gonzalez rides to P1 with a 206.687, fastest lap of the weekend.
Takes his all-time lap record back again, held it coming into the weekend with the lap time set in Prix Practice 2 last year. Lost the lap record to several riders this morning. He now has it back on a 206.687. Alonso, who has now shaken off Guevara, who was tailing in for much of the start of this session. He now closes to within 400 of Guevara. And is that him at the side of the racetrack? Or is it his teammate? It is Guevara, who's sitting in a chair at the side of the racetrack. And given that he looks like he's halfway down the back straight, is that a mechanical for the Boscoscuro?
Where is he then? So yeah, he's just coming on to the back straight there, and you could not get any further away from the paddock if you tried. Ethan Guevara's clearly got an issue there with his Boscoscuro Triumph, trying to click it up and down the gearbox. You can just see on the left-hand side with his foot, and yeah, unfortunately that has given up the ghost. And of course, one bike rule in Moto2. Yeah, thumbs down from Ethan Guevara, and understandably so too. Thumbs down from the team, and it's going to be a hell of a job to get that bike back to the box quickly, because as I say, that is right up the other end of the circuit to pit lane over at turn 11. So hopefully a truck is on its way to pick up that bike and get Guevara and the bike delivered back to the box. But he's just inside second so far, and it's a very good lap time, a 206.827. So who knows, he still might be safe if he's inside that top 14. But 27 minutes to get back to the box and fix whatever is wrong. I'm not going to say it outright because we don't know so far, but potentially session over for Guevara.
Yeah, just as well he had set that 206.8, which yeah, might take some beating, certainly by 14 riders. One rider is ahead of it at the moment, that's Manu Gonzalez, but I guess more practically for the whole weekend, he is losing track time at the moment, is Ethan Guevara. So a bit of a blow to his early hopes here in Austin, although I guess how big a blow we'll find out in the next 26.5 minutes. And he still sits in second place as Joe Roberts looks to lift himself up the order, currently 22nd. He now climbs into the top 14 with a 207.837. As things stand, that is enough for Q2. So to give you an idea of what kind of pushing Guevara's got at the moment in second place, of course, he's got 12 riders behind him in the top 14, but he's got a second in terms of pure lap time back to Zonta van den Gorberg in 15th on a 207.8.
Yeah, so a healthy margin to play with for Guevara, but of course you don't want to be in a position where you're sat in a deck chair at the furthest part of the circuit while your rivals are out on the circuit. So yeah, interested to see how quickly that bike can get back to the box as a Screech and Tony Arbolino pit in for potential fresh rubber. Arbolino so far is in P60, so a slower start to proceedings for the Italian who was third this morning, and I'm just trying to find his Screech, but we'll forget that for now because Bequeras has crashed at turn 11, what looks like.
Yeah, the corner where we saw Guevara cruising a couple of moments ago. You can see the additional sponsorship on the side of the MSI squad this weekend, which makes it very easy to identify them with the bright yellow fairing on the side. So what's happened to Bequeras? He's the third bike in the picture, second of the two MSI Calexes. As he launches him on his side, front end waiting quite early there for Bequeras. You can see he's desperately trying to hang on to the clutch there because he doesn't have to restart it on the service road again.
Yeah, don't make the same mistake, Angel, because you'll get another double on that penalty. You don't want 4 in the race on Sunday.
Quarter of the distance around here.
Exactly, yeah. It's already a long lap. You don't want to make it even longer than you already have to. Arbolino just getting confirmation where he is, P16 inside the Reds Fantic Racing box. Bequeras, classic turn 11 crash, wasn't it? Front end just giving away as he asked for the brakes, hitting the apex. This is Jose Antonio Rueda, who is down in P25 so far. Not expecting too much again this weekend from Rueda. He's continuing to build up some good fitness and just some confidence, of course, after what unfolded at the end of his title win campaign last year. But this isn't a too bad lap so far for Rueda, who was really pleased to reach the checkered flag over in Brazil and just said, yeah, it's just more confidence gained, more mileage on the bike as well, and he was really happy with that. So it's not going to move him too much at the timing tower, depending on how much time he loses in the third split, Rueda, but good to see him looking pretty confident out there on the number 98.
Yeah, I don't think anyone should be judging Jose Antonio Rueda at this stage of his rookie campaign. He certainly needs time to get to grips with Moto2. I think we discussed this morning on what kind of situation David Alonso was in at this stage of last season. It was only really here where we saw him lift himself outside the bottom 5 or 6 places in the order. And of course, Rueda returning from an accident that has to change anybody going through the kind of experience he went through in Malaysia last year. Of course, the mental scars that might linger from that, but also the physical injuries that he's had to try and recover from, trying to build the strength up. He didn't really ride any sort of motorcycle until the eve of the first pre-season test in Portimao. So he's quite a long way behind the 8 ball at this stage. Is the 98, but I don't think anyone doubts with the raw talent that Rueda has that he will get there eventually. We just have to give him some time.
Yeah, exactly that. And speaking to a couple of the team members early on this season, Rueda and Prix actually competed in a Moto2 test mid-season last year at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. We know both of them were very, very quick as Dennis Onchu gets frustrated, and rightly so, down there, just getting it wrong, and he got it out of shape through turn 10 as well, didn't he, Dennis Onchu? Clearly pushing the limits of this Circuit of the Americas and on that Bossasura machine. Where is Dennis Onchu at this moment in time? Can't see him on the timing tower. 25th, that's why I wasn't looking far down enough, unfortunately, for the Turkish rider. But clearly, frustrations are right in the L1 BDS box, as we mentioned earlier on. After the Brazilian rider. Onchu will go again, and going again is Colin Veit. This is a decent lap period for the Dutchman. He's half a second off the top time so far, and this is potentially going to bring him closer to Manu Gonzalez.
David Alonso is looking to potentially get ahead of Manu Gonzalez here. Let's pick him up through the final corner. Alonso hasn't pitted yet through this session. He's getting faster and faster and faster than everybody else now. As he does the new lap record, which will be the case every time someone has a number 1 next to their name in the remainder of this session. 2:06.6 for Alonso. Veit did get himself up into 5th place on a 2:07 flat, so he's 4/10 of a second off the pace on the 95. Dark horse for many coming into this Moto2 campaign after the way he finished 2025. Did begin to hit some pretty big front tyre issues in the latter stages of last weekend's event in Brazil, which is why he faded from the tail end of that Alonso Guevara Arbolino battle to a rather lonely 8th place in the end. But via doing what I guess he would have set out to do at the start of the season, which is rack up the consistent regular point scoring, and he's currently up inside the top 6 in the World Championship at a team that is used to winning Moto2 World Championship.
Yeah, they certainly are. Across Moto3 and Moto2, Red Bull KTM are one of the standout teams consistently in the last decade or so. Veit now has 10 top 10s in his last 12, so a really consistent run of form. Veit, of course, at the conclusion of last season, at the start of this season as well. Veit said after the Brazilian Grand Prix that he just got off to a terrible start and had to make up places in the opening 15 or so laps, and then, as you mentioned, Lewis started to struggle with that front tyre, but the gap to the front riders were still the same, so that was promising anyway. But that's why Veit wasn't able to finish any higher than P8 after starting the Grand Prix from P6. But Veit definitely one to watch so far this weekend as well. Yellow flags though in sector 2. It's Celestino Vietti who just moved up to P4, who looks like he's headed down the road.
So look at Boscascoro, who we saw a moment ago down at Speed RS. His 2 best bets in this Austin weekend have both had problems in this practice session. Guevara with a mechanical, it would appear, coming out of turn 11, and Celestino Vietti's gone down at turn 8. It was around there where Vietti crashed out of the lead here a few years ago, back in 2022 when he was Moto2 World Championship leader. And there is Chele, and this session may also be over.
Here he is, then we pick up the Italian who was the pace setter this morning. That is coming around turn 7, and that is turn 8. The front end washes away quite dramatically. Vietti, a nice dismount. Very well done indeed for Vietti. He's all okay, but he needs to try and get that bike restarted on the service road and then bring it back round to the box again. But Vietti, luckily for Vietti, did get that bank lap time in to go 2/10 off the top time. Guevara then is back in the box after chilling out for a bit in the shade in the deck chair. Not quite sure though, we can't see from there whether the bike is back. I imagine it potentially is, but Guevara isn't heading out anytime soon.
Yeah, he still sits third, as you can see on screen. There's an update on one of the riders that has crashed so far in this session. That was Yuki Sasaki earlier on in the piece. He did clearly get his bike back up and running on the service road and back to the box, because he's now out there circulating once again, and Sasaki's just gone up into 20th place. There'll be one rider left without a time next to their name, and no sign of him returning to the racetrack at the moment is Mario Aggi.
Yeah, just kind of trying to keep an eye on what happened there to Guevara, seeing if that was where the bike just decided to stop. I think that was Gonzalez just running right there down at turn 12 as well. But couldn't quite tell what happened there for Guevara. Now Alonso though continues on his way, but Adrian Huertas just behind him, and Huertas has got a nice little marker up ahead because so far, halfway around and just a little bit more this lap, Alonso is improving yet again. This is a really impressive run. Loses time in that third spin, but this is still, after Alonso hasn't pitted still, a real marker being laid down by the Colombian here in America.
He was crashing right through 15 there was Alonso as he ripples over the bumps through turn 19 and attacks the final corner. Who's also very quickly at the moment. Saki's also putting in a strong first half of the lap as he looks to climb into the Q2 places after his disappointing start from the session. It's another 2:06 for David Alonso, who, it's fair to say, caught our eye on Friday afternoon last weekend in Brazil. Of course, went on to qualify on the front row of the grid, beaten to a first pole, what would have been a first pole for Alonso at least in Brazil. In the end, it fell into the hands of his teammate and points leader Danny Holgado, who it's fair to say, Al, we've said very little about so far today. Holgado was 13th at the end of FP1 this morning. 12th is where he currently sits in practice, and we're in the second half of the session now.
Yeah, it's been a very quiet day for the Champions League, hasn't it? P12 with beside that top 14, which is obviously the main target on a Friday, but we've not really seen him much on our TV screens, not spoken about him much either, which is surprising because he won last time out in dominant fashion. As in, not the sort of margin, but he was in control, wasn't he? For a lot of the race was Holgado, but of course he started last weekend with a P21, so I don't think he'll be too concerned about being P12. Much better, 10 places higher, of course. Well, 9 places higher, I'll get my maths right eventually. In this session, just some red and yellow flags in the background.
Where Guevara stopped, wasn't it?
Was where Guevara stopped, where the Keras crashed as well a few minutes ago, so not quite sure what's happening down there. But yes, Holgado will be at least wanting to make of a little bit of time. If he finishes P12, he won't be too displeased with how the day went in terms of position, because if you're first or 14th, it doesn't really matter. You're going into Q2 no matter what. And again, on the other side of the box, he'll be looking at Alonso thinking he might have the upper hand so far this weekend.
Certainly looks it at the moment. He's still not, as far as I'm aware, still hasn't been in the pits in this session as David Alonso. We've completed 24 minutes of this session. This is his 11th lap, and it's 2 minutes 6 seconds if you're at record pace, so you do the maths. You won't have spent long in the pits, if any, since the session began, and his last lap was a 2:06.9. This is going to be quicker than that, because Alonso didn't appear to have made the same mistake he made a lap ago. Across the line, it's a 2:06.654, 2 thousandths away from his current lap record, still faster than anyone else has been so far, and it appears as if David Alonso is proving a bit of a point this afternoon so far.
Yeah, he's in the groove, isn't he? Is the Colombian, and when he's in the groove, he's a very, very difficult rider to stop. Also in the groove, and he needs to be, is Tony Arbolino, P19 so far. He's got Alberto Ferrandez just behind him on the one running Blue Crew Pramac Yamaha Moto2 machine out there so far. No sign of Ethan Guevara making an appearance yet after what he encountered over at turn 11 a few minutes ago. Arbolino then, a good lap time, a needed lap time as well for Arbolino. Pounces up to P4 after being P19. That's a little bit more like it from the Italian, a former race winner around here, of course.
Interestingly, behind Guevara, but ahead of Vietti, who we saw crashing. There is the 28 bike back, so they'll be looking to make a very quick diagnosis down there at the Blue Crew Pramac Yamaha Boscoscuro squad to work out what was the issue. Let's hope for Ethan's sake that maybe he did a Frankie Morbidelli and ran out of gas, which would be a very quick fix to make. If it's something more serious than that, then perhaps 14 minutes is not enough to diagnose and fix the problem to get him back out into the action. At the moment, not a lot of pressure on his shoulders to lose a Q2 place. He's still in third place, but of course, every minute that ticks by, it's track time that's slipping away for Ethan.
Exactly that, yeah, track time more. Big moment coming through turn 10 for Tony Arbolino. Marc Marquez, of course, a crasher there earlier on in MotoGP, FP1, and we know, watching the sessions today and, of course, in previous years as well, there's a big old bump, a few ripples there that make life very difficult for these riders to get that right. Arbolino, though, it didn't cost him time. Flag still waving there in the background on the exit of turn 11, but it's not going to disturb Tony Arbolino, of course, with Alberto Ferrandez behind him. It's giving a good toe to the Spaniard, who is on the number 54 machine, not going as quick as Arbolino, of course, but that's to be expected. A lot less experience around here. Ferrandez coming in for the first first time, but he's got a very, very good reference up ahead of him, and Ferrandis could be in with the shout here, jumping into the top 14.
Yeah, the marshals have clearly spotted something there on the exit of 11 without an onboard camera to look down the racetrack from a rider's point of view. It's hard to really understand what it is they've spotted. Of course, the marshals are given the autonomy and the power to wave those flags, just like with the rain light panels. If they detect something that they feel needs attention, then it's within their power and within their brief to warn the riders of such, as Arbolino looks to try and leap ahead of his former teammate Guevara. If he can have a strong final lap, he might just do that. Let's follow Arbolino over the line. He doesn't. He does another 2:06, stays in fourth. The rider that he was giving sort of a reference to up behind him, the Pramac Bosca scorer of Ferrandis, he now up the order up into 16th place in another 10th of a second, and Ferrandis might be looking at a first Q2 visit.
Yeah, good lap from Ferrandis. Of course, had a decent reference up ahead of him, but you still got to put the lap time on the board. So good job done from the rookie to be in with a shout of a top 14. Garcia just on the cut-off. Holgado has been shuffled down to P13, of course, after Tony Arbolino's not last lap, but the one previous. It looks like Arbolino will heading for some fresh rubber. We're going to get a replay of turn 10. The Italian leaning on the left-hand side of the tyre, getting all sorts of out of shape. The foot off the foot peg, as you see there on the right-hand side. Arbolino just searching for the feeling of the foot peg back again, but we're going to see that all weekend long. A huge bump there. Hopefully we don't see any more crashes down there, because if you're going to crash anywhere, let's not make it turn 10, as Marc Marquez found out a little earlier on as well. A rapid place to crash. Marc Marquez was doing around about 190 kilometres an hour when he had a tip-off. It's going to be slightly slower on the Moto2 machine, but he's still going to feel the speed.
Yeah, an ominous looking run there, as you might have seen on the right-hand column for David Alonso, a string of 2:06s, which only 5 riders have done so far this afternoon. Alonso, Gonzalez, Guevara, Arbolino and Vietti. 2 of those are no longer participating at the moment in this practice session. We're right on board with Manu Gonzalez, who currently sits second. Update on another of our crashes, and it's more good news for those pair who crashed simultaneously early in practice. We've seen Sasaki back on the racetrack. He's moved up into 17th, and now Mario Aggi, here he is, or there he was, going through the frame on the first of the 2 Honda Team Asia Calexes. Aggi is now into the action and on his first time lap of the afternoon.
Yeah, and you've got Taira Furusato, his rookie teammate, just behind him on circuit as well. Furusato, P27. As things stand, as you just saw, 2.4 seconds off. So Furusato will be hoping to get a bit of a reference from his more experienced teammates on the number 64. Here he is, Mario Aggi, who of course also needs a lap time, because he hasn't set one so far in this session. So hopefully for Honda Team Asia's sake, both of the 64 and the 72 just behind can make some decent time in the final 10 minutes. They'll get 3-ish, 4-ish laps under their belt if they don't make any mistakes. So yeah, we'll obviously keep an eye on the progress of Aggi and Furusato. Of course, Indonesia and Japanese fans will be doing that for us as well. But this is a decent time coming in from Aggi. If he can hold this, he'll be in and around the top 14. Of course, expect him to lose a bit of time in the final 2 splits, but at least it's a time on the board so far.
Yeah, I guess there's not an awful lot you can say to a rider in that sort of situation. When you've had that crash early on in the session, you've only got around 12 minutes to go when you leave the pit lane, put some fresh tyres on and fuel it up and ride like the wind, Mario, and try and do your level best to get yourself into the top 14. You won't be achieving that on this lap, but this is all just going to be about building and building and building for the 64, who certainly is building into this second Moto2 season for Mario. Third Moto2 season, of course, because it's an interrupted first couple of campaigns, which was restricted to just 32 starts. He puts his first lap time on the board and moves ahead of his teammate Furusato on the teammate at the moment, bringing up the rear at 27th and 28th.
Yeah, 9th place last year here on American soil with Mario Aggi, which is his current overall best in Moto2, so clearly likes this circuit, and I think he just has a look behind to see where Furusato is. So this lap has gone away for Aggi, but of course 9 minutes and just a little bit more left on the clock, so he's got a few more laps at it. Tony Arbolino getting some fresh rubber slotted into that Calex. He's not going to call it safe and sound completely, but he's looking strong there up inside that top 5. I think the top 5 on 206 is 206.8 with Vietti, of course, a couple of attempts away from Alonso. I reckon they're pretty much safe. Of course, they're not going to take any chances, of course, because there's plenty of time left out there on the circuit, as Gonzalez is showing through the first split anyway.
A bit of a mixed Grand Prix of the Americas here year ago, didn't he, Manu Gonzalez? Fast in the dry, but absolutely nowhere in the wet. Good news for Manu is that there's not going to be much wet weather around here this weekend. Good news for Ethan Guevara is that it would appear that they've remedied whatever was wrong with his Boscoscuro. Brand new rear tyring back for Ethan Guevara, and he's in a position to defend his place, currently inside the top 3, and more important for him, inside the top 14. In terms of what kind of mileage he's lost in this session, the busiest rider so far is David Alonso, along with 3 others actually, who've put in 12 laps in this session. Guevara is just beginning his 5th lap.
Yeah, a lot of time lost in terms of laps on the board. As an experienced rider around here, picked up his first Moto3 win a few years ago around here, did Ethan Guevara. But of course, crucial time lost. Alonso has done a fantastic sort of race simulation, let's call it. We'll dive into that ahead of FP2 tomorrow morning. But first and foremost, we're going to concentrate on the time attacks coming in, and what a time attack it is so far for Manu Gonzalez. 3/10 ahead of Alonso's time, just about keeps it out of the green on the exit of the final corner, and does indeed go fastest to Moto Alonso to second place. Bouter's also on a good time. He's not safe in P10, is the Belgian.
Yeah, he's looking to lift himself up. You're lifting up, dropping it down into turn 1 is Manu Gonzalez on the uphill climb to turn number 1. So the Buriram winner is on the floor moments after setting the fastest lap time of the day, and perhaps spoiling a few other riders' afternoons too, with the yellow flags now waving. An uphill climb to turn 1, perhaps a little bit wide as he reached the summit, just as it sort of levels out as you hit the apex of turn 1, and that might be the last we see of Manu Gonzalez this afternoon.
Yeah, potentially. It looks like he was going to try keep the bike running by putting the clutch in, but a very classic turn 1 crash here at the circuit of the Americas. He's all okay, which is the most important thing. Barry Bautas, what's this lap time coming in? He's still well within touch through the third split. He's got Danny Munoz just ahead, a decent marker, of course. Danny Munoz 1.2 seconds off on this lap time, so Munoz's time isn't going to take him anywhere, but Bautas is certainly might into P2. Good job, and the yellow flags have cleared, so Bautas can continue on his way and push into P1 in this session.
Bautas back in business by the looks of it on this Friday afternoon in Austin, Texas. 2:06.453 for him. So Alonso is now 3rd. He's just on his first lap of run 2. Yellow flags are waving once again in the first sector. Well, not in the first sector now as we pick up Joe Roberts. He doesn't have to worry about whatever yellow flags are waving, which are once again up at turn number 1, and it's Dennis Foggia. That's a pair of crashes now for the Speed RS Boscoscuros. Vietti down earlier on at turn 8, and the number 8, Dennis Foggia, down at turn 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, so it's going to be a similar crash to what we saw from Gonzalez, isn't it? Foggia just stomps away to the service road, and that looks like it is potentially session over for the Italian. Chelsea Vietti just coming through the bottom of your picture there. Vietti isn't going to improve, but he's P6. We pick up Joe Roberts, the home hero. We were concentrating on the 16 before we focused on Foggia's crash. One more corner to negotiate. 5 spitting out the rear end of that Triumph Calyx on the 16. Is he going to be promoted into the top 10? Yes, he is. P9, good job done from Roberts. And Salat also following through, and that, as Lewis points out on the timing screens, sees a number 96 hovering in P16.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Daniel Holgado today. We're going to have to now, because the World Championship leader is in danger of a second consecutive Friday of missing out on qualifying 2. And at the moment, Holgado is not setting any sort of personal best on the racetrack either. So a strange day for the points leader at the moment. Who else is outside the top 14? That shouldn't be, as we now pick up Holgado in 16th place. Sergio Garcia, the 2024 winner here in Austin. He's 1 place behind Holgado in 17th place. We've got Aaron Canet down in 24th. He's 1.5 seconds off the pace, but still 2 places ahead and 8/10 ahead of his teammate Denis Onchu, as Elfmark VS's problems show no sign of solving. Some elevated names, some serious big hitters and Grand Prix winners in this Moto2 class are in the danger zone with 4 minutes remaining.
Alonso alert on the number 80. He's gone through the first split and now the second split, nearly 3/10 faster than Manu Gonzalez's time. Alonso is on a charge here in Austin, so we'll try and pick up the Colombian when we can, though. Sasaki, rightly so, we are following him and Adrian Huertas, because these two are well in touch, and if they can, even if they lose sort of 4 or 5 tenths, they might still be penetrating the top 14. The 71 who crashed earlier on as well, they've lost time in that third split, but still it's going to be good enough to see them progress into the top 14. We'll get these two around the final 2 corners.
So it could be the likes of Munoz and Lopez that could potentially drop towards the dreaded dotted line behind behind P14. If these lap times do come in, this will be a good save for Huertas, who hasn't had much luck so far this season, particularly on Friday. Is he about to pick up here and move up 10 places? He does into 11, Sasaki up to 12. We've just seen Vigetti, who is back out on track on his Boscosuro, climb back into 4th place. So Salak's currently outside the top 14, but about to remedy that as he now hits the line. We're waiting for the American racing rider, the Czech, as Alonso gets himself into the 2:05s, fastest by a country mile. Salak goes 4th, but he's some 6/10 behind the rapid Colombian.
Consider that a gauntlet laid from David Alonso. That's an almighty time. A 2:05.8. Nearest makes no difference, half a second clear than the chasing pack. Manu Gonzalez, the only rider within half a second of David Alonso. What a lap time that was from the Colombian, and Roberts has moved up into P7 now as well. Salak up inside that top 4, so out of shot. The American racing team have gone very well to promote themselves well inside that top 10.
Holgado, oh, big moment there as he came over the crest and the rise of 10. He's now getting a little hot under the collar at Hadrian Huertas, but I have to say, I'm not sure what really Huertas could have done there. We did join it quite late, but that's another lap gone for Danny Holgado, and by my reckoning, he's got one more left.
Yeah, if he gets on with it as well. So here's a replay of what we've just seen. Holgado getting out of shape on the exit. This is coming through turn 10, and then he decides to have a look behind in the mid-corner, which I don't think the stewards will be too pleased about. Huertas has to slam on the anchors there through 10, so maybe a potential telling off coming for the championship leader. We'll worry about that later on, though. Colin Vyer's on a decent lap time, but Holgado has only got one more lap left of this. He needs to get round and get his head down.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what led to that between Holgado and Huertas, because we saw them coming over the crest side by side. Was Huertas in Holgado's way before they came into shot, or was Holgado the one who was actually getting in the way of Huertas? Huertas is currently in Q2 at the moment. It's Holgado that isn't. 1.7 seconds behind his teammate, which even around the circuit of the Americas is a lifetime.
Certainly is. Colin Vyer then outside the top 10 now in P11. He's not got much time between him and dropping outside of that top 14, although Lopez is a couple of tenths away from Sasaki in P14, so he's got a little bit more time than initially thought, but no harm in doing yourself to pushing up the top of the order for Colin Vyer out of the final corner. A short burst to the line, doesn't improve in position, but improves his time, which of course could be crucial come the end of the session.
Alonso does a 2:06.217, which is way slower than his best, but that's still faster than anyone else has been so far today. A real gauntlet, as El mentioned, being laid down by the Colombian here. And many will have taken, I guess, the same route that we did from South America to North America this weekend to cheer on David Alonso, and at the moment they're getting what they came for with the number 80 fastest by quite some margin on this Friday afternoon. Danny Holgado has just set another personal best. First sector, it is this lap or nothing for the World Championship leader.
Yeah, we need to pick up Danny Holgado. 30 seconds to go. This is his final lap time, a 10.5 away from his teammates' opening sector time, but if he can stay within those realms, lose a 10.5 per sector, he's going to be well inside that top 14. This is Aaron Canet who's pushing on a late charge. So is Alonso Lopez as well as Sergio Garcia on the second Grassini machine. Yellow flags in sector 3. That could really cost Danny Holgado.
Yeah, he's just entering sector 3, so the yellow flags are out thanks to Sergio Garcia, who's down at turn 13, and Danny Holgado is approaching that corner now. He's just rounding turn 12, and no matter how well this lap is unfolding for Danny Holgado, I think his fate is sealed here.
Yeah, that's done. Danny Holgado is actually stopped here on the timing, or on the dotted line, although he's just picked him back up. So Holgado then, yellow flags are still out, so that is session done for Holgado. He's gone through the yellow flags. He was on a time that was going to well, you can see it there, yellow flag, lap time cancel with Danny Holgado. 2 weekends in a row. The championship leader is heading into Q1.
P20 today, and clearly a little annoyed, isn't he? Danny Holgado just did not come together. I think he's still crossing Huertas, who's right behind him on the racetrack. This one's going to run and run. The 96 and the 99, not the best of friends at the moment at the end of this practice session, so clearly something went on before we saw them come into shot, coming over the crest of turn 10, which has irritated the World Championship leader, and his mood won't pick up when he looks at the timing screens and sees not only himself in 20th, but his teammate 1.7 seconds quicker and through to Q2. This is far from done though. Dani Munoz, who of course was second back in Brazil and is currently third in the World Championship, he's about to watch right up ahead of him, potentially Angel Piqueras take his place in Q2.
Yeah, good lap time coming in from Piqueras. Loses a bit of time there in sector 2, but you can see from the timing tower, if he is 7/10 off come the checkered flag that's now waving, he'll be inside that top 5. So he's got time to play with here as the 36, but can't lose too much more time in this third split. What sort of lap time is Dani Munoz on? He's 1.1 seconds off through sector 2, so Munoz isn't going to look like he's going to be improving, but as Lewis mentions, he's seen the rider potentially up ahead of him that could cost him a chance of automatic Q2 promotion.
He was wrestling that Calex around turn 15, wasn't he, the 36? Now he's going to be going right through 16, 17 and 18. He's now 1.2 seconds down, perhaps lost a little bit too much time through that third sector. You can see Munoz has begun to catch him a little bit through this part of the lap. Munoz is in no position to defend his 14th place, but he might just be okay here unless Piqueras can do something magical in this final sector. He's through the final corner now. Is it Q1 or Q2 for Angel Piqueras, who has 2 long laps to serve on Sunday? It's Q1, best lap of the session, but he misses out on a place in Q2 by a quarter of a second.
Yeah, decent enough effort from Piqueras, who of course crashed early on in the session. Munoz gets away with it, doesn't he? 1.2 seconds off, and the gap between him and Sasaki isn't much at all, but that is the top 14 signed, sealed and delivered in Moto2 Practice, and it was a session dominated by one rider, but a good chase for that top 14 as you looked down the order.
High fives all round at Italtrans. Their riders 13th and 14th in the end. Quetas and Munoz. The Sasaki, who missed out by mere in Q1 in Brazil last weekend. He missed out on Q2 today by 14 thousandths of a second. Not an awful lot of luck on his side. Gonzalez, who's still wearing some of the scars to his leathers from his crash up at turn 1. He still was more than safe in second place, but he's got a bit of a puzzle to try and fix and figure out tomorrow, hasn't he? As well, 27 Moto2 riders. How are they going to cut that half-second gap that David Alonso has pulled out today?
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what the analysis sheets are. It looks like Alonso has got his race pace absolutely nailed so far this weekend, and of course the time attack as well. No in the same postcode really as Alonso. Would have been intrigued to see what Gonzalez would have been able to do after he set the fastest lap of the session, and then of course Dexter in turn 1, but it looks like the rider certainly to beat going into the weekend is this man on your screen, everyone.
Well, a mixed bag for Aspar, wasn't it, in that practice session, with David Alonso smashing the lap record to smithereens to beat Manu Gonzalez on this Friday afternoon. Barry Baltus back in business, it looks like in third, ahead of American Racing's Philip Salak, Senate Aegis up in fifth, ahead of Tony Arbolino, Ivan Altola and Celestino Vietti, who responded after a fall to take 8th. Guevara had his issues early on, still took 9th in a place in Q2 ahead of Roberts. He's through in 10th via 11th ahead of Lopez, Quetas and Munoz as the Italtrans pair straight through Q2. Big shocks though outside the top 14. The World Championship leader, Danny Holgado, down in 20th place, 1.7 seconds off the pace, and a miserable afternoon for Mark VDS, Canet 18th, and Denison Chu, 2.8 seconds in arrears, and slowest of all. David Alonso, your fastest of all on this Friday afternoon in Austin, Texas. Alonso quickest in Moto2. MotoGP Practice is next on the agenda. That comes in just a moment.
After its first race in Brazil in over 2 decades, MotoGP has touched down in central Texas to soak up a unique blend of scenic natural beauty and bustling urban edge in Austin. Known for its live music scene, tech innovation and mouth-watering barbecue, the world's elite riders are ready to serve up a treat in Texas as the fight for Q2 spots at Coast extends the stage next live. It's time for MotoGP. 5.51 kilometres, 3.43 miles. Some challenge this circuit of the Americas on the outskirts of Austin, Texas. Top speeds just shy of 360 kilometres an hour down the 1.2 kilometre back straight. Busy first sector. You make your way through the high-speed turn 2, through 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Turn 10, well, that's been a major talking point so far this weekend, midway through that second split after reigning world champion Marc Marquez with a spectacular high-speed crash there this morning. More on the factory Ducati star shortly. Turns 1, turns 11 and turns 12 and his braking zones here in Kota. Good afternoon and welcome back to Austin in Texas, and it is very much indeed a warm welcome back as it's starting to get a bit toasty in this part of America as we get set for the Red Bull Grand Prix of the United States, our third chapter of 2026, a chapter which has already created several stories on our opening day here in this third Grand Prix of 2026. Pedro Acosta, of course, World Championship leader after our opening Grand Prix in Thailand last month. Well, he was the fastest rider this morning for Red Bull KTM Factory Racing, a 201.715. 3 riders in the 201s this morning, but there was plenty of drama behind the 21-year-old Spaniard, including reigning MotoGP World Champion Marc Marquez, who had a spill this morning through the 4th gear turn 10. We clocked him at 192 kilometres an hour when he parted company with that factory Ducati as he dropped down through turn 10 very early on. Red flags were out briefly in that opening practice session, but Marc Marquez, as he so often does, a few scrapes, a few bumps and bruises to his left wrist and his right arm, but he was still able to set the 4th fastest time when he was back on 2 wheels towards the end of this morning's session. A 202.093 from the 93 was how he closed business this morning. Pedro Acosta fastest then as he looks to try and reclaim the lead in the MotoGP World Champion before we head to Europe towards the tail end of April. Fabio Antonio, a real purple patch at the start of 2026 for the Italian. Pole position last weekend in Goiânia, double podium over in Brazil for Digia, and he was second fastest this morning. Both Acosta and Digia did run fresh rubber in this morning's session. You can see there in the distance, downtown Austin, and as always buzzing with plenty of nightlife. We'll be celebrating over here in the Lone Star State on Sunday evening. A full 60-minute practice session coming your way, of course, where we'll have the top 10 places decided for tomorrow's Q2 session. In the company of Matt Burton, Lewis Sullivan, the commentary box down in what is a blazing hot pit lane right now is Jack Appleyard. And fully going for the Austin, Texas experience. Well, around the roller coaster, around the horsepower rodeo, nobody faster this morning than Pedro Acosta. I guess it was a yeehaw as far as he was concerned, a 201.715. But in fastest and by a pretty decent margin, over a 10th clear of the pursuing Pack Lewis. Acosta looking very much like the Thailand Acosta than the Goiânia Acosta.
Yeah, and KTM looking like the Buriram KTM too, after it didn't really perform around the Goiânia circuit in Brazil. That was the corner that really caused a lot of the headlines this morning. Turn 10, that was where Marc Marquez had his high-speed get-off. Pedro Acosta avoided those kind of issues on what it's fair to say it's been a bit of a mixed day for KTM. We'll get to the bad news in a moment, but the good news, certainly so far at least, has been made by Pedro Acosta.
Yeah, excellent start. Second time in the last week that Acosta has found himself opening his account, leading FP1. He did it in the tricky conditions in Brazil last weekend. You say it's going to be a full dry day, a full dry weekend it looks like here in Austin. Yeah, as Lewis mentioned, not all great news on day one here in Austin, Texas. If you're fans of Maverick Vinales on the Red Bull KTM Tech 3 machine, Maverick himself reporting yesterday to the media concerns over going left shoulder injury, which has dogged him really since he first damaged it to the nasty high side at Q2 in the Saxering 9 months ago. It was all looking pretty good, wasn't it, in pre-season, as he was declaring himself fully fit and round to go. Unfortunately, breaking news in our lunch break as we look at the rider's second fastest this morning, Fabio Di Gianantonio. Maverick Vinales, as we feared, and as certainly as he feared, he is no longer participating in this Grand Prix of the Americas. Pole position, of course, here in 2024. He won the sprint and the Grand Prix. Maverick, the statement this from KTM, he's been experiencing pain and limited power in his left shoulder, and following investigations earlier this week, it has been discovered a screw fitted after his Saxering injury last year has become displaced. Maverick now travelling back to Europe to undergo a minor procedure to remove the screw, hoping to be back fit for his home Grand Prix in Jerez. Speedy recovery to Maverick. We'll miss him. Austin, of course, a track where he's gone so well at in the past. With this, Lewis, the big talking point of day one.
Yeah, turn 10, such a challenging corner because it's bumpy. Of course, you're going up and then immediately dropping downhill as you plunge through turn 10. And of course, with Marc Marquez, he'd already been split from his motorcycle when he plunged down the hill to turn 10. This was on board, and it was really, even for a rider of Marc Marquez's extraordinary talents and reactions, of course, no one is better around this COTA circuit than he is. No saving that one. There's the speed clocked as he let go of the bike, 190 kilometers an hour. That's well over 100 miles an hour, around about 120 or so miles an hour for Marc Marquez. Of course, as Matt mentioned, didn't go back out on circuit to set the fourth back this time, but he is going to be gritting his teeth a little bit, riding through some pain as he chases an 8th COTA victory.
Yeah, he was once the undisputed king of COTA, wasn't he? But at the moment, it feels like there's a bit of a COTA curse on the 33-year-old Spaniard. He's crashed out of the lead here on his last two visits in 2024 and 2025, and after what's been a pretty tough start to 2026 as far as the reigning world champion is concerned. Well, yeah, adding to his woes this morning was that big crash. And here is confirmation then on your screens. Tech 3 Racing confirming that after those initial medical checks, Maverick Vinales has decided not to continue competing for the remainder of this weekend's Grand Prix of the United States. Sad to see Maverick withdraw, of course. Just a reminder, he was utterly dominant here on the factory in Aprilia 2 years ago. I mean, that injury he picked up, the damage to that left shoulder, Lewis, was an incident at the Saxering 9 months ago. A screw was worked loose inside the shoulder. It's a tough one for Maverick to take because I think coming into this 2026 campaign, he really felt like, fully fit, he was going to be a regular contender for the top 3.
Yeah, so a screw loose, unfortunately, for Maverick Vinales, and one Tech 3 KTM left in the remainder of this weekend. And I guess the words that he spoke in pre-season clearly were correct. Clearly at that point he did feel as if he was 100% again, but obviously as the last month or so has evolved and that screw has worked its way loose in his shoulder, Maverick has had to take what must have been a very difficult decision given how much he loves the circuit of the Americas, win it here in MotoGP, Moto2 and in Moto3. Unfortunately, Maverick will not take any further part in the rest of this weekend. So just one Tech 3 bike remaining in the weekend. That is Anaya Bastianini, who's 14th.
Yeah, you got a sense that something wasn't all quite right with Vinales. 16th over line in Thailand, 18th was over line in Goiânia last weekend in the main Grand Prix. 36 seconds he was behind Marco Bezzecchi at the end of play over in South America. So yeah, clearly there's been something that has been bothering Maverick Vinales. Well, here's a brief look at our 2025 COTA Grand Prix winner, Pecco Bagnaia, who did briefly lead proceedings this morning on the factory Ducati. Two vastly experienced riders there, two former Moto2 world champions, of course, Johan Zarco. Tough start to proceedings this morning for LCR Honda. Zarco down in 20th. His teammate, rookie, of course, Diogo Moreira, was 21st. Having briefly led that session, Pecco Bagnaia eventually finished in 11th for the factory Ducati team. Starting a season with no wins in the opening 2 Grand Prix for the first time since 2021. Tough times right now. That crash in Goiânia last weekend, a 6th Sunday DNF in the last 7 Grand Prix for Pecco Bagnaia. Stuck at the moment, well outside the top 10 in the World Championship, 13th. Just no top 6 finish as yet. A best of 8 so far, and that was in the sprint in Brazil last weekend.
2021, those first 2 Grand Prix of the season were both won by Yamaha riders. Maverick Vinales and Fabio Quartararo taking victory beats when we started with a pair of Grand Prix in Qatar. And of course, that's the last time Ducati did not win the MotoGP World Championship with either Pecco Bagnaia, Jorge Martin or Marc Marquez. They certainly will be hoping that that is not an omen down at Borgo Panigale, because Aprilia have done all of the winning so far, at least on Sunday afternoons, nor the leading in the form of Marco Bezzecchi, who has not had anyone ahead of him so far on a Sunday in 2026.
His rear tyre this Sunday since the Malaysian Grand Prix over in Sepang. Red hot conditions and a rider who is in red hot form, the form of his life. 4 successive victories for the 27-year-old Italian. Only 7 riders previously in Grand Prix history in the top class have won 5 in a row, and it's some of the greatest to ever do it. I mean, a club that Bez could join himself here this weekend features Giacomo Agostini, Jeff Duke, Mike Aylward, John Surtees, Mick Doohan, Marc Marquez and Valentino Rossi. He is keeping some very, very illustrious company, isn't he, Bez? I think going to be probably one of the serious threats, one of the most potent threats to ending Bez's golden run, or will it come to the opposite side of that factory at Prix garage? Because we have to say, Lewis, double podium last weekend in Brazil for Jorge Martin just shows how much he's growing in confidence and stature on the Nawali factory machine. And 3rd quickest this morning, Martin in the game once again. Yeah, while it was Costa quickest from Fabio Di Giannantonio this morning, arguably Martin the most impressive rider earlier on today. In terms of the riders this morning in FP1 who didn't change either front or rear tyre, you've got Martin, you've got Joan Mir, Fabio Quartararo, Marco Bezzecchi, Diogo Moreira, Johan Zarco and Fermin Aldeguer. Those were the 6 riders who didn't change either front or rear tyre. We had a couple. We had Marini, Bastianini and Binder who didn't change rear tyre but did change front tyre. But Martin was still doing very competitive lap times at the end of his FP1 session, getting himself into the 2:01. So the Martin A to B's business here at the Circuit of the Americas, having now opened his podium account for Aprilia last weekend in both sprints and in Grand Prix. In the Brazilian Grand Prix, Martin, of course, 2nd in the World Championship, just 11 points behind Marco Bezzecchi, and I think putting his hand up and saying, don't forget about me, guys. Never scored a MotoGP podium here, though, in Austin. Not exactly a happy hunting ground for the 28-year-old. No podium in Grand Prix, that is. He's been 3rd in both sprints here in 2023 and in 2024. He was missing in action here last year as he was recuperated from some serious pre-season injuries. Yeah, Martin looking right in the mix for victory here in round 3. As you get an indication there, as this trio led by Marc Marquez pick their way through what is the first sector, which probably makes you feel dizzy by the end of it, as you just continually go left, right, really demanding this from Marc Marquez as well now, with a few scrapes, a few cuts and bruises on both of his arms. Got yellow flags in that sector 2. He's taken an early tumble.
Marc Marquez again as well. He's just coming through 11 now, so he's hit the yellow flags. It's Fabio Di Giannantonio, and that's a crash there. I think we're on board Jorge Martin here, aren't we? Through turn 13. He's also on the deck.
Well, we got a front row seat, didn't we, there, as Jorge Martin then goes down. So 2 riders that were 2nd and 3rd in this morning session, 2 riders that were on both the sprint and the Grand Prix podium last weekend in Brazil, have had a pretty poor start to this afternoon's practice session. Temperature is definitely getting up here. Oh, look at this. How fortunate is Brad Binder on the outside there not to get collected by Martin, who did a bit of collecting himself here a couple of years ago, of course, when he wiped out Alex Marquez. So Martin down. If you're going to crash anywhere in Austin, that's the place to do it. First gear at the end of the back straight. Fabio Di Giannantonio has also taken a tumble at turn 11. Well, of course, Aprilia, despite that little tip off there for Jorge Martin, are in dreamland, aren't they, so far this season? 1st and 2nd last time out in Brazil, 1st and 2nd in the World Championship. Let's get some thoughts from the boss, Palabinora with Jack.
Yes, the MotoGP machine's raw past us, and just at the right time we get a little bit of fresh air, Paolo, to speak about what all of the media, including myself, are billing this weekend as a pretty big one in terms of the championship picture, of getting a real understanding of where the two big challenges are. Marc Marquez loves COTA, it's his backyard. You guys have won 4 in a row, looking to try and make it 5, and Marco would join us, the guys were saying earlier, list of the likes of Valentino Rossi, Giacomo Agostini, some pretty good names. So how big of a statement do you think it would be if you were to compete or even take victory this weekend?
First of all, we are so happy to be here and with this score in the championship. To be fully honest with you, we didn't expect to be in such a good moment as we did it. So first of all, thanks to Marco and to Jorge for their unbelievable results. They put everything on the bike, all their energy, and at the end, despite of a bad Friday on Goiânia, we improved during the Saturday and Sunday as well. So now we, to be very pragmatic, as we already said the last time, Jack, we work as usual. No expectation, as you correctly said. He is the backyard of markets. He is so strong, so we have to be very, very pragmatic. To be very, very clear on the analysis. The correct job during each session, because it is the key. Follow the rider comments, analyze very carefully the data, and make a step forward on each section. This is the way of working, and it's the main priority on to make the best as we can without putting any pressure on the riders.
At both rounds 1 and 2 in Thailand and Brazil, we saw very, very high temperatures. We also saw Michelin bring a slightly different rear tyre to be able to deal with those temperatures and the stress that the rear tyre is put under. How much of an impact do you think that has had on results? And now that we revert back to the rear tyre that we'll see for the vast majority of the season, do you think we'll see a different picture?
To be honest, last year we struggled a bit with that kind of tire, and since this year we found the way to work in a better way with that kind of carcass. By the way, during the Saturday sprint with the soft rear tire, we struggle a bit with the movement of the bike. It is too much aggressive, and in particular it stresses a lot of the front. With the medium rear, it makes more calm on the bike. It makes more stable the situation during all the laps. And so, to be honest, we like that carcass. We like the tire, but we know also that with this kind of tire that we have now, we can do something good, because we know better this tire. It is the standard one, and the key will be, as I said to you before, to analyze very carefully the data, and with this kind of temperature, because the weather forecast will be very good. At the moment is much more warm than last year, so it is necessary to be very precise on the, in particular, our technician during the week.
You can see Jorge back out on track, continuing on despite that crash. Last weekend felt like a huge moment for him. Saw the emotion of that first podium in the sprint today. Back it up on Sunday. It's easy to forget. He missed so much of last year. He missed the Sepang achieve that, how close to his full potential do you think Jorge Martin is right now, looking towards the rest of the season?
Yeah, his approach during the first test in Thailand was very good, absolutely much more pragmatic, much more calm. He was very also during the explanation he was very calm, and he in particular he didn't put on himself any expectation. Last year probably he would like to show to everybody that he is the world champion, and after too much crashes, let me say it like this, too much crashes, he understood that okay, he is the world champion, he was the world champion, and the moment he has not to show to anybody anything else. With this kind of approach, he is much more calm inside the garage. And after the result of the Brazil race, he was very surprised about how he get until the end of the race. He was happy about it, and he was happy as well.
Paolo, thanks for your time. We'll hand back to the guys in the box. Looks as though we've had a couple of fallers. Thanks, Paolo.
Yeah, more than a couple of fallers, Jack. Seems you picked up that into Paolo Minora. Thanks as always for that grab down in pit lane. I mean, this is turning into a bit of a demolition derby here in Austin, because while we were listening to Jack with Paolo Minora, we saw fall through Enea Bastianini at turn 12, Frankie Morbidelli up at the top of the hill into the first corner, and then as you can see there on screens, Pedro Acosta, who was fastest this morning, Acosta, that's going through that turn 18, isn't it there? Oh, that rear, and I just don't think it's maybe on the dirty part of the circuit, but the rear just coming out from underneath Acosta and a little bit further behind. We'll have a look at this one. Agura in the same corner. Agura, then was it under the yellow flags? It may well have been. He might be in a spot of bother there, Agura, Sam.
Costa, I think, did a good job letting go of that. If that rear had gripped, he could have been in a real world pain there. Remember Marc Marquez in the sprint last year when he very nearly high-sided on the first lap. So the triple right of 16, 17 and 18 all covered at the moment by yellow flags. We haven't seen a replay yet of the Agura crash. It really needed a crash, really. Looking forward to Agura just to see kind of yellow flags were waiting when he arrived at the corner, and did he have sufficient time to react to any yellow flags, or had he already had his own accident? But it has been a crash-strewn start to this practice session so far, because of course before that quartet of crashes, Agura is under investigation. They're having a very close look at the footage there to see if he's in trouble, but of course before those quartet of crashes, we already saw Jorge Martin on the deck right at the start of the session, and Fabio Gian Antonio, of course.
We have not even had a quarter of this session. We've had 6 crashes. So already it feels like this is a bit of a session of survival here as Vez up the inside. I don't know if there might be a bit more trash talking between those two as they come back into the garage, of course. Close friends of the VR46 Academy.
Both pitting as well.
Yeah. Here we go then, here's Marc Marquez. Yellow flags are still out on this 4th sector. Right here is where we saw Acosta lose the rear. Was it here Fabio Gian Antonio lost the lap, didn't he? For a yellow flag infringement, and then he got it back.
Yeah, they appealed it.
Yeah.
He was able to get his lap time back. Yeah, they'll of course have the advantage of looking at the data, the advantage of looking at camera angles, not just camera angles that we have to show you the various replays, but CCTV cams as well to really adjudicate on just how much time did Agura have, how much sight did he have of the yellows when he crashed. And believe it or not, because of course with all the yellows that have been waving so far in this session, with nearly a quarter of the session gone, that is Marc Marquez's first lap time he's actually registered in this practice session, because he's kept seeing yellow flags in his face.
Marco Bezzecchi stayed relatively trouble-free on this chaotic start here in Koto. He was 9th fastest this morning, 9th fastest this afternoon, as Acosta starts the crash debrief with his crew, led by Paul Trevathan there, just with the clipboard, familiar face to many of you home, a familiar voice as well, of course, as we hear so often from the Kiwi. Alex Marquez, while everybody else is kind of losing their head at the moment in Coach. Alex is keeping his, and we pick up him at the perfect time. He's out on fresh rubber here, fastest through the first 2 sectors. So this is building up to be a pretty strong lap from the number 73. This is Alex in this tight sort of infield stadium section, just coming through the first gear turn 15 now, down to about 65 kilometers an hour. And then you're building up pace back through this trio of right-handers where we've seen all the drama for Acosta and for Agura recently. This will be close. This should be a top 3 laps on this from Alex. Just a couple of corners left for him to negotiate. Lovely curved cam there, picks him up on the inside. All nice, neat and tidy, just as she would have liked it. And then now 1 corner left, the left-hander of turn 20. 20 corners around this circuit of Americas here in Austin. So much for the riders to contend with from a mental perspective, and right on cue, Alex does indeed not disappoint. He does go up into P3 thanks to a 202.367.
Not sure the perfect lap exists around this circuit of the Americas because it is so complex, it is so technical, but if it does, then this rider on screen, Marc Marquez, might be the one to set it. He comes on the 93. Even that last lap got deleted, so Mark's still not on the board in this practice session, but this is going to get him well into the action, up into 6th place on a 202.558. It is still his teammate though, Pecco Bagnaia, who's also staying out of trouble nicely in this afternoon session, and 202.191 sees Pecco lead Acosta by just over a 10th of a second.
Moreira, Quattararo and the Marquez siblings are currently out on circuit right now here in Kota. We've seen Martin and Bastianini both go down at turn 12. That's an easy mistake to make, isn't it, going into that tricky left-hander at the end of the back straight where you are scrubbing off 355 kilometres an hour, 350 kilometres an hour down that back straight, braking into a first gear turn 12. Of course, they are so close, aren't they? So close, Bezzecchi and Bagnaia. Just getting a little bit of a cruise back to pit lane. If you believe the gossip columns, if you believe the rumour mills, and it does all seem highly likely that Pecco Bagnaia already has got his name inked on a brilliant factory contract, which will see him teammates to Bezzecchi next year. Long-term deal as well. The media have gone with the 4-year contract story for Pecco Bagnaia. Still no any official confirmation on any more big movers in terms of where the land will lie in 2027. Of course, Marco Bezzecchi took himself out of the rumour mill before we'd even turned to Neil Langer signing or re-upping with the factory front squad. Without that distraction, without being sort of constantly questioned about his future, just picking on with business. It seems to be working, as Fabio Quattararo doesn't seem to have an M1 Yamaha that's working underneath him.
No, he is currently the fastest Yamaha in this session, but yes, some forthright feedback coming from the 2021 world champion. He's on a 202.9, 7/10 off the pace. We've got Rins, Toprak and Miller, the 3 slowest riders to set times at the moment in this session. So of course we see nothing on the board for either of the either VR46 Ducati of Fabio Di Gianantonio, who was of course down in 20th place. Of course, our other very early faller in this session too, Jorge Martin, who has now finally got himself on the board in 8th place, but it's very difficult to try and pick any sort of competitive picture up with all the crashes going on.
Tough times for Fabio Quattararo on the new V4 powered Yamaha Y-Star M1. He has scored just 9 points across the last 3 Grand Prix. Of course, the Buriram sprint was his worst sprint since Bang 2023. Last weekend in Goiânia, over the line in 16th place. Well, the 7th time in Fabio's MotoGP career he's finished outside of the point scoring places. So I think he expected it to be tough in the early part and the early running of that new V4 Yamaha, but maybe not quite as tough as what he's expecting at the moment. You can see, look, all the laps that were scrubbed off with the yellow flags for Marc Marquez. He had to take lap 7 before Marc even troubled the timing screens. pretty fast though when he was out there, 202.558, which is about half a second away from where Mark was this morning on what was very much a confidence rebuilding exercise once he was back out on circuit after that heavy old crash at turn 10.
As always, the 93 with a spectacular Kota helmet design. He always does deliver, doesn't he, when he comes to Austin, both on track and off track, does Marc Marquez. Well, KTM rider currently sits in second place in the form of Pedro Acosta, but it's been a day of mixed news across the KTM fraternity. Let's get a word from the boss, Pit Byra, who's down in pit lane with Channel.
Yeah, great to be able to chat with Pit for the first time this year, and there's plenty to talk about, especially after round one, Pits. Leading the World Championship for the very first time. When you were watching from home, what was your reaction like, having seen Pedro not only take a first ever victory in MotoGP on the Saturday, but then to back it up on the Sunday? I imagine you were quite proud watching on from home.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. To just ever lead a MotoGP World Championship, that's something very special. And I mean, since we are already on the third race, you know how long racing lasts. Next week you need to prove again. We had a bad Brazil, but that whole Thailand weekend, especially after such a bad race for us last year, because we just didn't find the tools to keep the tire alive. For me, it was maybe one of the biggest compliments in the project that Michelin came and said, you guys treated the tire best from everybody, from the whole grip, and Piero confirmed this to me one more time again today. So especially in that segment, we built up the group, and the guys are doing an amazing job. And like, there's still so many small things we had to improve, and we are improving. And yeah, Thailand, one key was the tire, but also how we could turn, how Pedro could fight with his mark. It looked like we made a big step to fight on that level, and not just take a lucky punch. I mean, it was a race you had to fight for if you want to win or be on the podium. So anyway, yeah, that was a good start of the season. Thank you.
And just looking to this weekend, obviously we had the news in the lunchtime break. A great shame that Maret has had to withdraw from the remainder of the weekend. How much of a concern is that an injury that he first picked up in July and is still causing him so many issues now, almost 9 months on?
Yeah, I mean, it's terrible because you all followed the story that, like, he gave us so great results when the project was maybe in the most difficult period of the whole for all the years, and then after that, I mean, since he came back last year in Spielberg, we are just talking about his shoulder and the strength and the pain, and now finally I was in Sepang test, and he was totally fine, no pain, happy again, the big smile in his face, and just weeks later slowly he lost strength again, the movement became less, and we couldn't really explain why and what. It didn't make sense, because by MRI the ligament was totally healed, but then yesterday night we find out that suddenly a screw is starting to move and coming out of the bone. So yeah, the boy is not lucky, and with that comes for us a frustrating time, because we want to finally prove with Maverick we can do it, and it still looks like we can wait for that chance.
It seems likely Maverick could get his opportunity to move up to the factory squad next year, as we just wait for Pedro to exit over our right shoulder so we can hear you properly. From what you were saying there, it's just terrible bad fortune for Maverick. So despite that injury and the downturning results, are you still sticking by him and still have full trust with him with regards to next year and what's still to come?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, we stick to our riders. There is still some work to do. I mean, it looks like we have Pedro now somewhere in a form that he can really fight for great positions a lot, or on a solid base, I would say. But we are not where we want to be, not with Brad, not with Linnea, not with Maverick, so there is still some work to do. But yes, we believe in Maverick, and we want him to come back and prove us that he will be the right guy to be also the team.
With regards to 2027, just finally, you guys, your junior program has been exemplary over the past few years. David Alonso able to do amazing things in Moto3, now a part of the Aspar squads you have a close link with. The same with Danny Holgado, leading the Moto2 World Championship. What is their situation with regards to next year? Are they still under contract with KTM, or is there the possibility that we see one or maybe both leave the KTM family?
we are talking definitely to them, and it's clear that the future is up to the young guys, and we have to see, and maybe even A50 is a chance to give like Moto2 riders even an easier entry into MotoGP, but I know we are not the only ones talking to them, so but we do.
Thanks, Fit. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks as always to KTM boss Pit Byra. Unfortunately, Maret wishing he was participating in this session, is actually just conducting a bit of a media debrief with the world's press just up behind myself and Lewis in our commentary box position, just out of the final corner, which is where we find Marco Bezzecchi. Top back Vascat the Oglu becomes our 7th faller in this dramatic practice session here in Austin. When we came to the commentary box, it did feel like it was incredibly hot, some of the hottest conditions we've experienced for quite some time here in Austin. I just wonder whether this sort of high track temperature is just causing a few issues for the riders, particularly in some of the low gear deceleration points. A lot of the falls have been at turn 11 and turn 12.
Yeah, and a couple at turn 1 as well. We saw Frankie Morbidelli going down there. So yeah, it's when you're really asking those big questions at the front end and the heavy braking where we're seeing all of these falls happen. Of course, a couple also through the right of turns 16, 17 and 18, Acosta and Yagura. No further information yet on the investigation. That will no doubt take place after this practice session has completed as to whether Yagura breached the yellow flag rules. And we have seen in the past here in all classes of Grand Prix racing in MotoGP, if you are deemed to have crashed and not respected the yellow flags, generally the punishment that comes your way is a double long lap penalty.
He could be finding himself in hot water, could Goldagura. The jury is out though, while we're still awaiting official confirmation. We'll pick up Marco Bezzecchi. Once again, no problemo as far as Bez is concerned. This is that tricky turn 12 where his teammate Martin crashed out early on in the session. I think it right then now we'll Bez through 13. 14 and 15, bit of a bump there. As you can see, he was going through the right-hander in the stadium section. Nothing to disturb him though at the moment. He's putting together a real good lap here. This from Bezzecchi. 16 and 17 and 18 now. 3 right-handers that just seem to go on forever and ever and ever before the lap completed. With the 2 left-handers, we've seen Bez light up that Richmond rear tyre already going through that final right-hander. Yeah, let's be close. This could be knocking Bagnaia off the top of the leaderboard here. Turn 20 is all that's left for Bezzecchi on this current lap. This is his 9th of the session. He just put in his previous best and he gets quicker, a 202.351. Nothing to knock Pecco off his perch, but still back inside the top 3 for Bez.
Close, isn't it, at the top? Once again, as we had this morning, we have 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. KTM, Ducati and Aprilia this morning. It's Ducati, KTM, Aprilia at the moment this afternoon. We've had a couple of riders go for some brand new rubber. Toprak, of course, did crash on his first lap, has stayed out there, and he's now up into 14th place on a 202.936. But we've also got Luca Marini going very, very quickly at the moment. The Honda's currently inside the top 10 in the form of Marini himself. And Joan Zarco 6th and 7th. This could push Marini even further up the order.
Vascat the Oglu was tempted to commit there, wasn't he? Into that first corner, thought better of it as he exited too, when he was having a good long look at the left-hand side of that and Michelin front tyre. It has been sort of trail braking into low gear, hard deceleration left-handers, which have caused so much chaos here today in coach, particularly in this afternoon session. So yeah, Toprak just probably taking the sensible option rather than stay committed and risk a crash. The second one of the session, just let the brake off and pick the bike up. Once again through the first half of this Kota lap, Bezzecchi looking super strong. I mean, he is just, talk about riders who are riding the crest of the wave. Surely, doesn't matter at any stage previously in his Grand Prix career has Marco Bezzecchi been riding at this kind of level with this kind of confidence. He can just do no wrong at the moment, can he? Particularly on Sundays. He gets his act together on Saturdays. The rest of them better watch out because, well, Sundays he was without any doubt the star performer at the moment in 2026.
Yeah, Saturday pointed early one's been left on the table at the moment by Marco Bezzecchi. We'll keep an eye on Ralph Fernandez, dudes. As you can see, your screens. He's out there on a brand new medium front and soft rear tyre, so the Aprilia's certainly at Trackhouse going a little early with some fresh rubber. Agura's just set his personal best to take 10th place. Is Beritamotogp going to succeed where he failed on the previous lap? He does climb a place, and up behind his good friend Pekka Pagnaia, now up to second.
Yeah, you just wonder whether Trackhouse and Ralph Fernandez are thinking, well, we've already seen 7 crashes and a whole bunch of yellow flags. Let's just maybe get a bank lap in here, because there could be some yellow flag troubles towards the tail end of this session. So Fernandez with a beautiful stars and stripes American helmet for Trackhouse, and their home Grand Prix here this weekend, of course. Justin Marks will be present. Got the American flag on the belly pan there, the bottom of the fairing for Trackhouse Aprilia. So yeah, Fernandez then, a 202.262. We had 3 riders in the 201 this morning. That's gone wrong though for Fernandez in the start of the first sector. So this will be now in print on his 202.262. How's she getting these considerably hotter conditions this afternoon? We've seen 7 riders caught out in these down and braking zones. We have still not seen a 201 so far this afternoon.
Yeah, so for reference, there's a bit of a comparison. Ralph Fernandez on a brand new soft rear tyre, more yellows out in the first sector. That was a brand new soft rear for Fernandez, and that is a Goscinny Ducati for Alex Marquez up at the summit of the main straight down at turn 1. So add another name to the list. We're closing in for half the field now.
Yeah, they're all left-handers, aren't they? It's turn 11, turn 12, and now turn 1, which seems to be really causing the major headaches. Iagura, at the moment, with some fresh medium rubber underneath him on the Trackhouse Aprilia. This will be his spare bike, of course, after the total one at this very point of the circuit a few moments ago, going through turn 18. This time around, it's no problem for Agura-san. Pedro Costa looking to wrestle back control of this coach weekend. The way you can see there, the damaged leathers as we rode on board with Agura. He's full attack, he's in full commitment now on the brakes into turn 20. Look at the lean angle that Agura's carrying there as he powered through that final corner over the line, 11th second. Brilliant lap by Agura, 202.196. Is Acosta going to throw in? I was just about to say, is he going to throw in our first 201 of the weekend? No further action taken after reviewing Agura's crash under yellow flag. So I guess he had so little time to react that Simon Crafar and the F1 MotoGP stewards, they would have had a lot of different camera angles, they'd have had data, and Iagura then off the hook.
Yes, he can now rest easy and just focus on his job, which at the moment he's doing very, very well. Second and third for Trackhouse at their home Grand Prix, of course. And we've got Beritamotogp up in 5th on the factory Aprilia. The comparison I was about to make, Beritamotogp, he's on a soft rear tyre that's now done some 10 laps when he set his 202.22. He didn't use the soft rear tyre earlier on today, so matching Ralph Fernandez's time, but with an extra 9 laps on his rear tyre. This is Alex Marquez. He's going to make it around about to the same point that Frankie Morbidelli made it to before he ended up on his backside.
Wow, zero warning, Alex got that. Look at him, he's already got that sort of exasperated expression behind him. No warning whatsoever there, was there, for the Spaniard, runner-up in the World Championship last year. That front tucked underneath him before he could bat an eyelid. He was not expecting that one at all, Alex. That caught him by surprise, big start. Back upright and back on 2 wheels as he'll now make his way back to the Goscinny Ducati garage. Alex, when he went down the road, was in P6, a 202.367, his best work, and this is some lap, isn't it, by Aldeguer. Fermin Aldeguer was last this morning, 22nd with a 203.324. Probably not wanting to stick his neck out too much, not taking too many risks, given the fact that this is a very physically demanding COTA circuit, recovering with that left femur fracture suffered in early January, up 11 spots, 16th and 5th. That is a heck of a time by Aldeguer. 202.272 matches Acosta's. Iagura, well, he threatened this on the previous lap, a 202.073. Agura, no yellow flag penalty coming his way, and he's celebrating with the P1 at the moment.
Second piece of good news in the space of a couple of minutes for the former Moto2 world champion. Here he is tackling turn 10. Plenty of movement there for Iagura, who's clinging on for dear life and hoping it settles down underneath him.
You want to know why we call this place the Horsepower Rodeo? Well, just stick that replay on repeat and watch Iagura. Spectacular. Yeah, you ride it, cowboy. That was not settled at all, was it, going through turn 10? This will be this is a massive weekend, isn't it? For Trackhouse. in front of their home base. Here's Anea Bastianini. Now ploughing a lone furrow for Gunther Steiner's Tech 3 KTM squad. Good man coming in here from Anea, recovering after his early tip-off at turn 12. Well, of course, these do feel like real taxing, demanding conditions, don't they? For Michelin front tyre in particular, hottest condition we've had the weekend so far, no question. Jack, let's get down to you for some update on what's going on.
Yeah, just had a very quick word with Piero Taramasu, who wanted to point out a couple of things which may be the reason behind the number of fallers that we've had so far, but then also the lap times as well. Everyone out on the soft rear tyre, but they're not able to get down to anywhere near the lap times that we saw with the medium this morning. Temperature, as you guys have mentioned, is definitely one of them. The sun is out, the track temp is soaring, and as a result, grip levels are considerably lower than what we had this morning as well. Another thing that Piero pointed out is a lot of the crashes, turn 11 and turn 12, halfway down the back straights, there was some resurfacing work done a couple of years ago, and potentially that difference in grip levels between 11 and 12 is catching people out as they get accustomed to 11. They then go into 12, and the grip levels with the different surface are causing some front-end issues, and vice versa when they go into 11 for the first time. So those are some of the issues that the riders are trying to cope with this afternoon. Once again, it feels as though, luckily for us in pit lane, our tans are excellent, but in terms of the difficulties that the riders are having, track temperatures again for another weekend are sky high.
Thanks very much, Jack. Well, you just knew this was coming. You knew it was going to happen at some point this weekend. After his tip-off this morning at 190 clicks through the high-speed fourth gear turn 10, guess what, folks? Marc Marquez has wrestled his way back to the top of the leaderboard at 202.066. As Lewis just pointed out off air, this is on very used tyres. This is very, very impressive and somewhat ominous, Lewis, from the 93.
Yeah, we saw him lead the pits. You can see the front tyre was nowhere near new. Neither is the medium rear tyre for Marc Marquez. I guess we'll find out later on once the session is concluded just how many laps are on those tyres for Marc Marquez, but those are not new. When you compare that to Ayagura's 202.0, Ralph Hernandez's 202.2, which are on relatively new tyres, which just gives you an idea as to what Marc Marquez has just done. Although, interestingly, he spoke in the press conference yesterday, didn't he, about one thing he's really struggling with at the moment is putting consistent runs together on board that Ducati, and that 202.0, a little bit of an outlier from what we've seen elsewhere for Marc Marquez in this session. So I don't think anyone's really questioning whether he's got the speed, but at the moment he can't string many of those laps together in a row.
Marc did a 202.093 on relatively fresh rubber at the close of FP1 this morning. So the fact that he's just gone marginally faster on what we know is worn tyres, this is looking all of a sudden very, very good, isn't it, as far as the 93 is concerned, after that big get-off at 10 this morning. What a shot that was a few moments ago. Martin with his elbow scraping on the tarmac coming through turn 18. That takes some skill, that takes some bravery. But at the moment, the closest contender to multiple COTA winner Marc Marquez is our former Moto2 world champion. Looking very cool and calm and collected, as he so often does, Ayagura. Just 7 thousandths of a second splitting on top two at the moment.
That's the medium rear that Marc Marquez used in his second run of FP1 this morning. That had already had 5 laps on it. Of course, Marc Marquez would have added some more in this session. I think he started this session on a soft rear, did Marc Marquez. So we'll find out later on just how much tyre he used up before doing a 202.0, as we see Pedro Acosta braking from the fastest part of this circuit with only one tyre touching the ground to one of the slowest parts, down from over 340 k's down to just 65 for turn 12.
What a shot. What a shot. Dragging the left boot there, squeezing a handful of brake, and inside that helmet just going, stop, please, stop, stop, stop. Shark fans out in force. Yes, we have spotted you. Give us a big wave. Thank you very much. Nice to see you here in Austin, Texas. Really good Shark being full attack mode. And once again here this weekend, you felt last weekend that, a bit like Marc Marquez now over 2 Grand Prix, it was just damage limitation as far as Acosta and KTM are concerned last time. What a beautiful shot. that the riding style, the all-action riding style of Martin is really a sight to behold. Love that shot of him coming through that final right-hander of turn 18. Nothing going in terms of an improvement in lap times here for Jorge, but this is him just getting in some crucial data, some crucial knowledge and laps on those Michelin tyres. That's a high 202.9. Well, of course, he dominated the weekend here 2 years ago, and unfortunately he's had to withdraw. Ongoing problems with his left shoulder, heading back to Europe very, very shortly for additional treatment. But I'm delighted to say he's joining us right now. Maverick Vinales with our Jack.
Yeah, he is indeed. Huge shame. Maverick out for the remainder of the weekend. We were just chatting to Pit Maverick, who was bringing us up to speed with the problems you've had over the past couple of weeks. Firstly, a place you love, the place you've had so much success at down the years. How frustrating is this to have to sit out the rest of the weekend?
Well, I want to face this moment on a positive way. At least I think somehow finally I found a good feeling with the bike, and especially this morning, even if I had no power on the left shoulder, I was feeling the bike good, and I think there is a lot of potential in the bike right now, especially in this condition. But for us there is no meaning. I have one screw that is going out of the bone, and it's more the risk than the benefit. So the best is to stop, they remove the screw, and come back at the maximum that is at least what KTM and I deserve, to see myself at the maximum and give the best for the factory.
In terms of the surgery to remove the screw, that the plan is for Tuesday, and then in terms of a recovery from then on, how do you anticipate getting to Jerez? In what type of a condition?
Yeah, it's correct that I will make the operation on Tuesday. Time of recovery, everyone that we spoke, especially the doctors that will operate me, said it's quite easy, so at least 1 week I need to rest, but then I can start to work on it. But I would like to be more conservative and say that I will come back when I feel full fit, and especially when I can arrive to my maximum level.
Well, thank you for chatting to us, Maverick. We don't see you before Tuesday. Good luck with the surgery, and hope to catch up in Jerez.
Yeah, I hope to come to Jerez already full fit. Obviously, that's why I stopped here the weekend.
Thanks, Maverick.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack, and credit to Maverick Vinales putting aside his disappointment at having to withdraw from this Austin Grand Prix to come and have a little matter with Jack. Yeah, so a screw has worked loose in that left shoulder. He will be under the surgery tonight, and what he hopes will be a relatively routine procedure by the sound of it on Tuesday. He has until the 24th of April, of course, at the Estrella Galicia 00 Grand Prix in Spain before he's due back on track. So it sounds like, as Maverick was saying, it should be quite a rapid rehab process. So yeah, we've got everything crossed for Maverick, and hope that he is going to be fit for the Spanish Grand Prix. No bigger Grand Prix of the year, of course, for the Spanish talent is Fabio Di Giannantonio. This is where he was on the floor very early on in this session at turn 11, in P11 at the moment, but looking to knock one of those ones off, because right now he's on course for P1, isn't he? Powers down the back straight.
Can't help but be super impressed by the level of competitiveness in MotoGP, how close our 5 different manufacturers are in MotoGP these days. 20 corners, 5.5 kilometers, dozens and dozens of gear changes, bumps, all sorts of challenges, and the top 10 are covered by just 0.3 of a second, including 4 different manufacturers at the moment. It is so competitive in MotoGP in the early part of 2026. That top 10, as Matt mentions, does not currently involve Fabio Di Giannantonio, but he's around about 4 corners away from changing that.
Top Ducati last weekend in Brazil, top Ducati in the MotoGP World Championship coming to this 3rd round here in Austin. Podiums galore in Moto3, Moto2 and in MotoGP here in Texas. There's just something about the American vibe that he says he thrives on, does Digia. Short run to the finish line, and he does indeed knock one of those ones off. 11th to 1st goes Fabio Di Giannantonio. He finds the first 2:01 lap of this afternoon session. He did a 2:01.818 in FP1 this morning, did Digia. Lucio Salucci, Valentino Rossi's right-hand man for so many years, an integral part of VR46. A round of applause. He certainly liked what he saw from Digia. That's how you bounce back from a turn 11 crash, isn't it?
His teammate, Frankie Morbidelli, follows suit. He's still down in 19th place at the moment of our 21 remaining in this United States Grand Prix weekend. Of course, we heard from the 22nd Maverick Vinales down in pit lane with Jack a moment to go. The riders that I guess that are under pressure at the moment, when you look down the order, we've got Alex Marquez, one of our many fallers in this session, who's currently sitting 10th, and then we've got Jorge Martin, who fell right at the beginning of the session. He's down in 13th place at the moment. Perhaps that's the big surprise at the moment, with just over a quarter of an hour remaining. Martin 6/10 off the pace, but currently outside Q2.
Tough going once again for the Yamahas. Fabio Quartararo, their lead runner, in 15th, but nearly 7/10 behind Gigia. Ugly, who's had that spill at turn 11, he's 17th. The fair play, the top rack, he's got Alex Rins and Jack Miller behind him. He's 4/10 clear of Rins and nearly a full second clear of his Prima Pramac Yamaha stablemate Jack Miller, who's having a bit of punishing time in this session at the moment as we pick up our two Hondas. Leading this RC213V train is Joan Mir on the 36 bike, feeling much more like his old self this weekend, a bit under the weather. He reported last time out in Brazil, and a little bit of a contributing factor as to why he had his 10th double DNF that last time out in Goiânia. Trying to pick up a few coaching tips behind him. Here is Moreira.
Something that Moreira often uses, a real trick up his sleeve as he tried to learn his way through his MotoGP rookie season. We saw him, of course, in both the qualifying sessions we've had so far, identifying riders to follow, and generally it's worked quite well for Moreira as he picks up time in the second sector. If we look where the other Hondas are, Luca Marini and Johan Zarco, they have been nudged out of the top 10 with the recent improvements. Marini now 11th and Zarco 12th.
Yeah, fresh rubber here from Moreira, so no great surprise to see how he jumped all over me. Coming out of turn 11, he'd have just had that better grip on that rear tyre, getting it hooked up, and he would then just get that swing shot down the back straight. He's on a new front tyre here as well as Moreira, so now trying to really cash in on this reference ahead of him with the new tyres underneath him. At the moment down in 16th place. He's in danger of getting tripped up here later in this lap, isn't he, by Mir directly ahead of him. They come into turn 19 now. Moreira on the Pro Honda LCR machine. He's used Mir as a perfect reference, hasn't he, on this lap. Taking full advantage. How much of an advantage on that fresh rubber we'll find out shortly. Well, he's up to 10th place, 2:02.307. So we're just over a quarter of this hour-long session remaining. It's Moreira who jumps into the top 10, although makes the mistake at the top of the hill into turn 1.
And he is now the top Honda in this session, as he was in the sprint in Goiânia 6 days ago. We need to be keeping an eye on Marco Bezzecchi here as we take a look at Joan Mir's route through turn 10. About as settled as we've seen many motorcycles already today, but Bezzecchi has absolutely destroyed the fastest second sector, picked up a quarter of a second relative to Fabio Di Giannantonio, and the World Championship leader might be about to wrestle top spot away from his fellow Italian.
Oh, Joan Mir, Stoffy almost going into that turn 12. One of the most brutal deceleration points on the entire Grand Prix calendar. Marco Bezzecchi, well, he's moved the goalposts on a few occasions over the last 4 or 5 Grand Prix. He's about to do so once again. Luca Marini on the factory Honda. He's having a cracking lap time as well, isn't he? Look at this potentially from Marini. Bezzecchi will be the first of our 2 top Italians coming to the line here in the final 15 minutes of this practice session. And Bez, 2:01.367. That is some lap time by Bezzecchi. He's now 6/10 clear of Fabio Di Giannantonio. Time attacks are well and truly being launched here. Marini finds his first 2:01 of the weekend so far. For HRC, a 2:01.494. And out of absolutely nowhere, having been an early 4 at turn 12, Enea Bastianini, we now have an Italian top 4. Bez, the World Championship leader, leads. Marini second, Bastianini out of nowhere up to P3, and Fabio Di Giannantonio 4th.
All Italians, but all on different bikes at the moment. Aprilia from Honda, from KTM, from Ducati, and that is the pure jumping performance you get from a brand new soft rear tyre. Bezzecchi, Marini and Bastianini ahead of Di Giannantonio, who was on slightly worn tyres when he did his 2:01.9.
Yeah, Bezzecchi 1.1 seconds faster than anything he managed in the cooler conditions this morning. So a big leap forward with that new soft rear tyre fitting. Potentially a ginormous leap coming in from Acosta. threatening laps in the 2:00s, aren't we? Just for reference, all-time lap record is held by Maret, who we heard down in pit lane with Jack just a few moments ago, at 2:00.864. So we're about exactly half a second away from that marker. A marker which Costa looks like he's about to reel in here, doesn't he, the Shark?
Ralph Fernandez is also setting personal bests. He's a few seconds behind Acosta on the racetrack, on the Trackhouse Aprilia. We now ride on board with the 37 through turn 15. You're now gradually going to build speed and go right. And at the moment, Pedro Acosta is getting it right.
Yeah, this surely is going to be the fastest time of the weekend so far. Brad Binder trying to keep tabs with his factory KTM teammate just a little bit further up the road. There is the South African just out of picture now as we pick up Acosta into this turn 20. At the moment in P9, Pitbull's going to give him the message loud and clear. Over the line he goes. It's up into second, and it's super close at the top. Two leaders in this year's MotoGP World Championship, Acosta and Bezzecchi, are split by just 0.02 of a second.
So the factory Ducatis, who have recently left the pits, now need to lift themselves up the order. Marc Marquez is now 7th, Pecco Bagnaia in 9th, but they've been doing a lot of their homework on warm rubber so far. Fabio Di Gianantonio's first taste of fresh rubber is about to come now as we pick up Marc Marquez. This is where we'll really see the world champion show his hand.
Fair play to Toprak Razgatlioglu, now the lead Yamaha here in Kota. He's down to a 2:02.373. Razgatlioglu, Quattararo 18th, Rins 20th, and Miller 21st.
On board with Jorge Martin, who's lashed himself right onto the rear tyre of Marc Marquez. Looked like he was a little bit wide there through turn 8. Then you go left through 9 and drop down through 10, where Marc Marquez has already been down once already today. But we've got the two most recent MotoGP World Champions right together on track.
Battles haven't they, down the years. Marquez there, always really pushing that Michelin front tyre down the hill into turn 11. Did really well there to get it stopped and pulled up right on the exit by Marquez. Martin powers to nigh on 350 kilometers an hour. Hard on the brakes now into his tricky left-hander turn 12. He's already been on the floor once there today. Losing a bit of time there to Marc Marquez directly ahead of him. So Bezzecchi's 2:01.367 is starting to come under some big pressure. Don't discount fellow Prix rider Ralph Fernandez too.
We know Bezzecchi on that last lap was super strong in the final sector. Is Marc Marquez going to have some sort of advantage? He is. A good third sector for the 93. He was fastest through that third sector in FP1 earlier on today. We're watching Fernandez coming through turn 19, but a corner ahead of him is the world champion.
Zarco's just going to nick to 5th place. Great job by the Frenchman. 2:01.952. But Marc Marquez probably thinking, well, okay, you guys have had your fun now, and let's get myself back to the top of the leaderboard, and right on cue, he does indeed. Exactly 1/10 clear of anybody else on circuit here in Austin. A 2:01.267 has put Marquez in control of this afternoon's practice session. Very familiar territory here in Austin, Texas. P1 next to the name of Marc Marquez.
Next to the name of Ducati as a pretty knocked off top spot for now, at least. Here is Ayagura, who's been bumped back out of the top 10 and is now looking to climb back in as he now attacks the final corner, now with no penalties to potentially worry about. But of course, a crash already in this session will have at least not the confidence of now climbs up into 6th place on a 2:01.6. Slots in just behind Bastianini, whose lap is looking better and better with every lap that goes by.
GP winners last year, Bagnaia and Alex Marquez, need some big laps incoming in these final 9 minutes. We pick up Alex right now. Bagnaia 12th, Alex Marquez down in 14th place. That Honda snaking left, snaking right in the braking zone at 12. Underneath Joan Mir, who's really leaving it all on the line, isn't he, at the moment? Mir trying to find lap time, down in 18th place at the moment. Nothing spectacular, you have to say, going right now for Alex Marquez. He might just creep into the top 10, which spells bad news for Zarco and LCR Honda.
What a monster first sector come in from Fabio Di Gianantonio. He's a quarter of a second up on Marc Marquez, but of course, so many different riding styles, so many different characteristics of sectors here, that could easily come back towards the 93. Alex Marquez goes into 9th place, just ahead of his teammate, as we watch Joan Mir, but keep a close eye on Fabio Di Gianantonio, who's going to rise up from 12th any moment now.
Well, on soft rubber in Brazil last weekend, nobody was faster, nobody was better than Di Gianantonio. took pole position #2 in his MotoGP career, his first since Mugello in 2022. Well, on course for leading the way here on Practice Friday in Austin. Here is Didier on the number 49 bike. He's been enjoying a couple of days R&R over in New York. Went to an NBA basketball game to see the New York Knicks. He was on the New York Stock Exchange. Didn't crash the stock market, really crashed the Ducati at turn 11 earlier on this afternoon. But
His stock is rising though at the
really
moment,
is.
isn't it?
Look at this from Gian Antonio at the moment. 13th he's been bumped back to now, but a 2:01.267. That is the top time we've had so far from Mark. Another Ducati GP26 looking to maybe still control the session, and right on cue, Didier does. 2:01.114. Fair play. There's now only Mark that's within a quarter of a second of Didier.
Liking the look of Fabio Gian Antonio at the moment after a strong weekend in Goiânia. He is very much picking up where he left off. Some frank discussions going on here at Ducati because Pecco Bagnaia has just spent the afternoon gradually tumbling down the order. I have to say, when they were all on used tyres, it was looking pretty good for Pecco, but once again, for the third Friday of 2026, we enter the closing minutes of practice with Pecco Bagnaia bang under pressure.
Mountain to climb, almost mission impossible when you're buried that deep on the grid. Potentially tomorrow, of course, he'll get another bite of the cherry if he is in Q1. Yeah, expecting much more from Pecco Bagnaia. A Grand Prix, of course, with a little bit of a helping hand from his teammate Mark, crashing out from Benjamin last year. Did win this Grand Prix 12 months ago. In the groove, in the flow is Bez, which means he's going to be in business towards the end of the session. He'll probably already feel that a 2:01.367 is more than good enough to secure him a place directly into Q2, but he'll want to leave nothing to chance. Something there has just worked loose, bouncing down the pit lane.
It's climbing uphill, so it'll come to a stop any moment now. It's difficult while it's spinning through the air to truly understand what it is that's now made contact with the wall on the rider's left down to turn 1, but Marco Bezzecchi, blissfully unaware he's still on this outlap, isn't showing any signs of pulling over.
To turn 12 he goes. There's a big inquest going on inside the factory Prix garage right now.
They leave something on the bike when you left pit lane, or is that something that fell off? Let's have a closer look. It's underneath the bike, isn't it? As that front tyre made contact with the road again, we saw that part making a bid for freedom.
Yeah, looking a little bit confused, just like so many of us are. There was Francesco Ventolato, Marco Bezzecchi's crew chief. Close eye, doesn't seem to be disturbing Bez at the moment. Comes into turn 20. That's the message to Bez, the World Championship leader. P3, 5 minutes and a little bit more of the session remaining. He's now got Razgatlioglu in the company. Fabio Quartararo has just seized back the Yamaha spot, but only up into P14 goes Quartararo. Jack Miller's now got ahead of Brad Binder and Frankie Morbidelli, and unfortunately two-time MotoGP winner here in Austin, Alex Rins, as he was for a period this morning, has been dumped at the back again.
14 riders currently on outlaps, and a couple here on screen who've just completed their outlaps. This is going to be a busy final 4 minutes of practice. Bezzecchi runs third, Toprak in 17th place, and Toprak doing a fine job, you have to say, so far here this afternoon. He's only a couple of tenths adrift of Fabio Quartararo as he snakes his way past Alex Marquez, keeping well out of trouble. Toprak, I think a Q2 place is out of the question from what we saw from him in Goiânia last weekend when he did get into the top 10. Very different circumstances here awaiting the World Superbike champion.
He's got a good track position here though. Smart move this, canny by Razgatlioglu. Just slot in behind Bezzecchi, who's done countless miles around this circuit of the Americas here in Austin. Just have a look at Bez, see where he's making the time. He is so strong on this factory of Brilliant. Good learning curve this from Toprak, because Bezzecchi's on course to set the best time of the session. All about Pecco Bagnaia. No free, not exactly riding free, is he, at the moment? As Bezzecchi.
Toprak.
Look at him, he's on the money as well. 4th place for Acosta. Yeah, Razgatlioglu's made a mistake, maybe on the brakes in the turn 12 is where he lost the contact with Bezzecchi. No dramas though for Bezzecchi, and he's absolutely murdering sectors 2 and 3 on this current lap. We may well be getting our first 2:00 lap, our first 2-minute lap of this Kota weekend into turn 20. The final left-hander for Bezzecchi. Is it going to be P1 once again for the Italian? Not quite, not quite. We still have an Italian 1-2, but it's in the hands of Gian Antonio. Acosta trying to make some big moves. He moves up from 4th to 3rd.
He's comfortably through then shortly with that to qualifying 2. And at the moment, he's going to be joined by another KTM in the form of Bastianini, who's still up there in 6th place, not being shaken out of the top 10. So Jorge Martin now with the fastest second sector as the Aprilias are starting to rise up the order.
Jorge Martin, a rider who knows a thing or two about getting performance out of a soft rear tyre. 41 career pole positions for the Martinator. 20 in MotoGP. Yellow flags out once again in the first sector. It's Brad Binder in this crash room session. That's going to have to get that one behind the barrier. That's session over for him because you cannot restart, of course, under the new rulings. If the engine has cut out, you have to restart from behind the barrier. Martin here is absolutely flying. So too is Bagnaia. Bagnaia may be rescuing what seems like a rather dire situation at the moment for the number 63. One corner left for the Italian to negotiate. He'll get on the back the tyre, grab a handful of throttle. Pecco, that's more than right. Here from Pecco Bagnaia, a 2:01.371, up 10 places, 15th to 5th, and surely that has put him into Q2.
And Martin shortly through 2, he goes 4th, so 2nd and 4th now for the factory Aprilias, 5th and 6th for the factory Ducatis, Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia. Mark's also in the business of improving at the moment. What about Fermin Aldeguer? This is going to lift him from 13th place. Aldeguer now into the top 10 and bumps Raul Fernandez out.
Yeah, bad news for one. Our Schreider as Fernandez gets turfed out then of Q2, clinging on by a whisker. Is Bastianini there in 10th place? So often in his KTM career, Aneo's really struggled to get anything out of a soft tyre. He's been qualifying terribly for the majority of his time on the RC16, but it's Mark versus Alex potentially here in terms of P1 late on here. This afternoon's practice session, Mark does indeed find the first sub-2:01 lap of the week. And the 2:00.927 fires the 93 into P1. That's job done as far as Mark is concerned. What about Alex? Yeah, he's safe in 4th. Trying at the moment.
He's been bumped out by Bastianini. He's taken 10th place back on a 2:01. Look at that from Iagura, how strong he was in the first part of the lap. Ogura looking to try and wrestle top spot back towards Aprilia again.
Something. And in front of Ogura, he's got Marini behind him. Further back is Mia. Marini's on a good lap as well. Marini actually is picking up a real good reference behind Ogura-san. Nothing going here for the Gian Antonio as he goes through the turn 19 left-hander. I don't think Fabio's going to make it over the line as well to get one more lap in here. He might well be taking the checkered flag. We'll keep a close eye on the VR46 Racing Team rider. I think he might have got over Digi with about a second remaining. He was certainly cutting it very fine. Oh, dearie me. And cutting strange shapes through turn 18 was Luca Marini. That's how hard he was pushing to keep tabs with Ogura. Ogura here. Surely he's heading to the top 3, if not maybe better. It's going to be close. 8th place at the moment for the Japanese rider. Yeah, up in the 2nd. He's the 2nd rider into the 2:00s with Marc Marquez. Trackhouse will be buzzing.
Well, at least half of it will be. Ogura through in 2nd. Raul Fernandez is currently on a lap. He's actually set the fastest first sector as Raul Fernandez as he looks to avoid a 3rd out of 3 through qualifying. The first of those, of course, was a successful one. In Brazil, it wasn't. Raul Fernandez, in the other half of the Trackhouse box, needs this final lap.
At the moment, Bastianini is still clinging on to a place in the top 10. That will feel like a big win for Anea. A 1:07.9, his best work of this afternoon session. With Acosta, looking back to the rider that shoved him off the top of the MotoGP World Championship last weekend in Brazil, Marco Bezzecchi. Quick look at the timing screens. Fernandez has lost a whole chunk of time in the second split. There's going to be no way that he's going to potentially be threatening Q2. So is the Beast going to get himself directly into Q2? We've not said that very often since he first joined KTM. Yeah, Fernandez, he knows it's over. He's rolled out of it.
Not since Barcelona, I believe, that Bastianini has been automatically in qualifying too. Of course, last time we saw him on a Grand Prix podium, so Tech 3, who needed a bit of good news, looked like they've got it this afternoon with Fernandez missing out. But after, well, not a crash this morning, but certainly a challenging one for the King of Kota. Marc Marquez does strike back on Friday afternoon. Not by much, but it is Marc Marquez fastest on Friday in Austin.
So roller coaster layouts, full of undulation and spectacular sections is this circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. It has been a roller coaster Friday for Marc Marquez, but on one of MotoGP's most fierce white knuckle rides, he has come out on top of the pile. Once again, a 2:00.927, just about getting the better of 2024 Moto2 World Champion Ayagura. That is some performance by Ayagura-san. He really has stepped up in what is a massive home Grand Prix weekend for Trackhouse. Fabio Di Gianantonio right in the mix once again, pole position 6 days ago over in Brazil. Keep an eye on Fabio potentially making it back-to-back poles. Good news for one half of VR46 because Frankie Morbidelli was unfortunately nowhere. He crashed out early on in that session at turn 1. So did Digger, of course, at turn 11. Morbidelli down in 20th place. Only poor old Alex Rins on the factory Yamaha was slower. So through to Q2, Marc Marquez, Agura, Di Gianantonio, Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez, Costa, Martin, Bagnaia, Marini and Bastianini. Missing out was Raul Fernandez, who was threatening some late fireworks when he set the fastest first sector. Fair play to Marini, he had that big late moment going through turn 18. Well, it might be under strength, but Anaya Bastianini has got through to Q2. Let's get the thoughts of Tech 3 boss.
Yeah, it's a squad that definitely needed a boost. Given the start of the season, the frustration of Maverick stepping out for the remainder of the weekend. Gunther, that was the tonic that the squad needed, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you said, the team needed it. You know, the beginning of the season was tough, you know, and